breath, no heartbeat, just static remains. Hollow reflections, ghosts in the cold. So come burn down my escape. I wanna feel it, come drag me into the void. Let my circuits decay. I'm sorry, but it's too late. You never
got another one. We got another one, boys. Another update. Project Motor Racing Update 1601. What did we get? We got some new rubber. Pause. So, without listening to me ramble, let's just dive right into the patch notes, and then we'll dive right into the game. And hopefully it's appealing. Let's find out. Here we go. All right, update 1601 continues our ongoing work to improve stability, driving feel in Project Motor Racing while addressing several issues raised by the community. The primary focus of this update is a substantial evolution of the GT3 tire model. This works. By the way, guys, I'm running on 3 hours sleep, so if my speech is a bit under the pillow, that's why. This work brings GT3 cars closer to their intended driving behavior with more accurate slip and grip angles, clearer feedback at the limit, and far more natural transition between grip and loss of traction. All of that sounds amazing because I'll talk about that when we're driving the car. The goal is to deliver a more believable, consistent, and accurate driving experience, particularly when pushing at race pace. Additionally, this patch brings force feedback, strength, balancing across the GT3 class for a more consistent baseline feel as a default. Let's see here. As with previous physics revisions, this change affects the balance of existing setups. Custom car setups for GT3 cars created prior to this update may no longer behave as intended and will likely require adjustment to suit revised tire and vehicle behavior. I know I try to not discourage anybody who likes setting up cars, but this is the biggest reason why I tell people to at least wait a little bit of time in the patching process of the game before you really start diving deep into setups. But I get it. People want to do it. I'm not going to stop you. I'm just letting you know, as far as time wasted is concerned, unless you really enjoy it, you're going to be doing it a lot. Anyway, physics and handling. Implemented a more robust throttle response system. I have to wonder if that could be our latest controversial topic in the sim racing space. Revised downshift protection simplified the logic to be more reliable and added a percentage allowance for over-revving to make it less restrictive. I'm going to test that out first, primarily in the LMDH, because that is where I think the downshift protection is the most restrictive, if you will. I find a lot of times I want to be a gear lower entering into a turn where I just couldn't get there in time with the current downshift protection. Fixed issues with automatic gears and throttle blip assist for better stability during downshift. That's good. Lowered tire preheating temperature across all classes. GT3, updated tire model to provide a more realistic representation of slip and grip angles, improving behavior to and beyond the limit. Reworked traction control and anti-lock braking system, logic to allow more natural lateral slip while reducing excessive longitudinal slip, improving overall balance and drivability. I'm very interested to see how that feels, because I will say from a grip standpoint, there was a very unnatural feeling to the GT3s that a lot of other sims, I'd say, have captured it a bit better. AMS2 being one of the sims that did it worse, where the issue I have with AMS2 was in PMR, but it was even more exacerbated in AMS2. Some people call it the slidiness, but anyway. Due to these changes, players are advised to review and refine existing custom setups for this class. LMDH, full traction control, TC rework to improve consistency and usability. Okay. TC settings 2 through 10 now offer a more meaningful and usable range. Note, setting 1 is currently bypassed off. Got it. Improved downshift protection behavior. Perfect! That's what I'm going to jump into right away, and then we're going to be spending probably most of our time with the GT3s, just kind of driving through all the cars and seeing what we can do and what we think about them. Fix an issue that could cause the engine to stall when shifting into neutral. Got it. GTO class, relaxed traction control TC settings to allow more performance and driver influence at the limit. Okay, Group 5 and Group C, adjusted traction control slip angles for improved stability under load. Increased clutch slip on downshifts. How's the music volume, by the way? Is it too loud? Is it impeding my voice? I want to make sure we're on the same page there. Increased clutch slip on downshifts to improve stability during aggressive deceleration. Input and force feedback. Logitech True Force is now disabled by default on PC. Okay. Force feedback strength balanced across GT3 class for a more consistent baseline feel. Fixed an issue that prevented setup selection via mouse input when large numbers of setups were present. Got it. Improved force feedback on wet track conditions. All right. UI, fixed incorrect constant data being sent via UDP. Okay, that's interesting because I do occasionally have some UDP issues with this game, and it seems to be more specific to this game. I don't know if it's Simagic side because that's the hardware that I use, or if it's software side from PMR, but that maybe that will address some of that. Improved navigation and readability in the player stats menu. Got it. Got it. Online and multiplayer. Coming through loud and clear. Chris Field, perfect, perfect. That's what I like to hear. AI opponents. Increase grid capacity at Sao Paulo to support up to 32 AI vehicles on PC. My absolute favorite track, if you listen to me. Improved racing line behavior across multiple circuits. All right. Optimized tree rendering and placement for improved visuals and performance. I always appreciate stuff like that. Adjusted track penalty trigger zones for more consistent detection. Cool. Improve the racing line assist across multiple tracks. Vehicle art. Various small art fixes on several vehicles. Corrected Motec display number flickering on multiple cars. Motec displays now receive correct tire temperature data. Polished several driver animations. And that looks like what we got. So, let's just dive right in. I skipped the online section. Where's that? Oh, got it. Good looks, Arctic. Thank you. Let's see. Online and multiplayer. Fixed an issue causing opponent cars to ghost unexpectedly during online races. Fantastic. Fixed a bug that could result in players joining an unintended lobby. I have never experienced that. Interesting. Okay. Well, the ghosting one I can definitely attest to being a bug for sure. The second one, not sure, but hey, that's good. All right, let's get out of the patch notes and get to the game. Unless I'm missing something, it looks like GT3 tires only have GT3 only have hard and wet tires now. Well, that sounds simplified if that's the case. Let me take a look here. I must say, to be honest, PMR is not my go-to sim out there, but the dedication of the devs working on it is what impresses me the most. That's why I support them. I respect the dedication to improve the game. And, well, realistically, that wins people over from time to time. You know? Feeling like the game you're playing is being supported by the people making it, you know? Passion. Passion goes a long way in the industry, in any industry, you know? Like, for example, I use NVIDIA hardware. They make really good stuff. I would outwardly support them if I thought the company was a better company. But they've got my purchase solely on them making really good stuff. But as far as the, you know, the company politics and stuff like that, not a whole lot I support about them. Anyway, that's besides the point. Let's get into some, I do believe the servers are down. They announced that they were dropping the servers. So we will see. Would make sense since GT3s don't run multiple compounds anywhere. This is a very good point. A more simplified tire model and such as like not running a hard, medium, soft setup. Not for nothing. Gran Turismo 7 does that the most. And it's considered to be the least simmy sim. All of the other die-hard sims run hards and wets. Or I should say a dry and wet compound. I shouldn't say hard. Alright, let's jump into the Cadillac here. And let's get on... Let's go to Lexington, a.k.a. Mid-Ohio. And let's just jump in. I'm excited. Updates. Wish I got more sleep, but I'm excited for updates. Alright, let's see. Vehicle setup. Let's just run the default car. Let's put the rear wing angle at max, and then the clutches at max as well, because we all know how I am with my downshifting. I like my downshifting. So, let's see. Full stop. Does this car sound different? Or is that in my head? Oof. Cold tires. Bad driver. 3 hours sleep. Not a good mix. Yeah, this car is singing right now. Oh, me likey. Me likey long time. What am I even saying? Downshift protection feels less aggressive. That's good. That's good. Admittedly, this probably isn't the track for me to test that as ideally I'd like to. So let's just try and drive a bit ridiculous. Oh, yeah. We're back, baby. We are back. We are back. Oh, my God. Lap times just decreased right there, folks. Right there. Maybe not on this track right now, but on the tracks that I know a bit more thoroughly. Oh, yes. I am excited. Thank you. So I don't know if you guys have been listening to me complain about shift protection in these cars, but well, it's nice to feel appreciated and listened to. This must be what it feels like to be in a successful long-term relationship. I loved it. I was able to downshift into an over rev. Not necessarily like ideal from a go fast standpoint, but the fact that I can, and it puts it sort of on the driver, you know? Thank you for the sub, No Live Second. I appreciate it. All right. Hell yeah. Let me turn off the line, though, because the line is actually a bit distracting right now. I was testing that out last night. All right. Well, I technically probably should leave it on because I do believe it was in the patch notes, but I think we might be back to our caddy on the default LMDH car because that sounds good. That sounds way too good, actually. In fact, all right, so I don't know the sound guy. I don't know their name at Straight 4, but I would tip my hat if I had one on. Keeps on crushing it. Keeps on crushing it. I'll be honest with you. I know I got to get in the GT3s, but I want to keep driving that car right now. Anyway, we'll get into that later. Let's get into the GT3s. So, let's, the popular car lately has been the Corvette. I typically in the GT3 struggled a bit more with the mid-engine cars. And in general, I wasn't a fan of just the way the game delivers information on the tires. Basically, like, in summary, I might put this into poor words, but I didn't like how the tires felt like they slipped first and then gripped up. Because you should start with grip and then lose the grip, where in this case, it felt like I didn't have the grip, and then I caught it once the slide, after like a fraction of a second into a slide, which is really bad in AMS2. AMS2, you're sliding long before you get any input on tire information. And it's like, I don't know if it's necessarily built into their physics or they just have it like that intentionally. LMDH was good to drive in the last update, but so far they're better because my biggest complaint was the shift protection. And now I'm able to downshift the car much more responsively. I was like that my lap times on Nords just went down now, for sure. Because there were many turns where I wanted to be coming out of the turn in second gear, and I'm powering through in third gear because I couldn't get to second gear. Not without slowing the car down sooner, which would just lead to an overall slower lap time. Anyway, so GT3 Corvette. I don't drive this. I mean, I have driven this car, but I don't drive it often. I spend most of my time in the Mustang. I'm going to do every single car, and this is a really good track to test tires. So we're going to leave the car stock. Stock as a rock. You get in the car and you go. Let's look at the tires quick. We got hards and wets. You know what? Perfect. I don't care. I'm sure someone's going to dislike that, but if you play a lot of other sims out there, a lot of the diehards, you don't get a tire selection. You only get to choose if you're driving in the wet and you're driving in the dry. I'll take it. Simplified tire model. Perfect. Let's see how it feels. All right, so, you know what? I want to back out quick because I forgot I have pre-warm on. And pre-warm is good for, you know, testing other things. But when you want to test tires specifically, you kind of have to see how they sort of warm up. So let's jump back in now. All right, here we go. Let's get to getting. By the way, if I say some really cheesy things right now, I apologize. The no sleep thing is doing its thing. All right, here we go. Tires are at about 100 degrees Fahrenheit. So right now, so what I'm going to do is I don't care about the timer. We're going to start at TC6, so default TC, cold tires. We're going to see how TC interferes with cold tires. And then we're going to do a couple laps like that. And either I'm going to turn TC down and do the whole cycle, or I'm immediately going to restart and then turn TC off to see what it feels like with no TC on cold tires. So anyway, let's go. Hey! I didn't even notice. Alright, so this is the greatest patch in the existence of PMR patches. Whether this applies to you or not, I don't care. It's the greatest patch ever. Look at my wheel. What have I been complaining about with Simagic this whole time? We got a shift light. So it looks like the UDP thing that they addressed, whatever it might be, may have fixed my shift light. Yep, greatest patch ever. No shift or less shift protection and shift light on my wheel. I'm picking shit right now. I'm ready to get off. That's my review, guys. Thanks for watching. All right. So far, the sliding is... Oh, okay, all right. I like it. It feels like I'm on cold tires, but it's weird. Or I should say it's not weird. What was weird was the way it felt before, where it felt like I was sliding before I hit a grip limit. The initial bite of the tires before seemed like it just wasn't there, and then it gripped up the second you started to slide. This feels like I have grip, and then I start to lose it once I go past the limit, which, I mean, that's kind of how a tire feels. Let's get the tires warm, because we're definitely feeling the cold tires right now. We're up to about 140. Sorry for all the non-Imperials out there. We are in Fahrenheit, so... Appreciate the sub, sir, Remy. Or ma'am. I'm just going off the principle of there's not a whole lot of women watching me play video games. Alright, we're getting a little more grip. Yeah, I'm liking this. But if I like it, that means people are going to dislike it. So, fair warning. So far, though, this is feeling really good. This is feeling really good. I feel like I'm driving a car right now, and I really like that. Oh, I had to chase it right there. Chase it again. I should probably be doing this in a test session or a practice session and not a 5-lap race here, but it is what it is. I'll just extend the laps or something. Alright, tires are getting kind of warm. Let's drop TC down to 3 and see how that feels. Because again, we're doing things to test the tires here. So we're going to go as far down as no TC. Because, I mean, with less than 0 GT3 driving experience in real life, I don't know if you ever completely turn TC off, but I know from where I come from, a lot of the times you have no management systems on. You're relying on a really, really good gripped up tire. And in a lot of other sims, I like TC on, but in a minimum state to kind of help save the car in a bad situation, but not be intrusive at all. God, this car drives so much better. So much better. What do you mean overpowered? They don't have it off. I like how the rear of the car kind of wants to come out, but I can drive around it. These cars, these mid-engine GT3s in the very beginning, before recent updates, stock setups were rough. If the rear got even a little bit oversteery, it was sayonara. I like it. I like it. TC3 feels really good on some warm tires right now. We're approaching 180 degrees in the tires, by the way. All right, for this last lap here, we're going to drop it down to TC1 and see how TC1 feels. I'm going to have to restart the session with more laps or something, though. Oh, oh, oof, saved it, saved it. All right, let's go TC1. Oh, yeah. Yes! Yes, Daniel-san. So TC is helping us, but it's not very intrusive. So you still have to drive the car. Oop, almost lost it. I think we're going to drive the Porsche next because I have hated that car since day one. And I don't have anything against Porsches in real life, but sometimes sims make me hate them. And this was one of the sims that made me hate the GT3. Oh, I love that it's savable. I love that too much throttle wants to kick the rear end out. But if you immediately lift up out of the throttle and do a quick snap counter steer, you can straighten the car right back out. It feels good to be able to go past the limit and then save it. Again, this is not my complaint. This is thousands of people's complaints about iRacing, is that once you get to that limit, you hit it, and that's it. It's race over. You can't save it. All right, that felt so far incredible. I'd be very curious to see what other people are going to say about it, because I know my opinion tends to be different to some, and a lot of people align with me, and a lot of people, don't align, and that's fine. Opinions are great. Disagreements are great. I've said many times, I encourage disagreement on this channel, just respectfully. No, the last thing I want YouTube to be for me is an echo chamber of nonsense or one-sided opinions. I will disagree with you, and you will disagree with me, and I absolutely welcome that. That's the way life should be. The world would be a better place if people were able to have a cool, calm, and collected debate all the time about every subject. Everything would be better, but that's besides the point. Right now, we're playing a damn video game, and it's feeling good. Rye said that it's only hards and wets because that's what IMSA does. Well, for what it's worth, I mean, no. We're not doing that overpowered. We're not going down the politics route. Stick to video games. Let's see. Maybe on the Nords they don't turn it completely off. Maybe. I know you're just joking, but still. It's one of my least favorite topics of the world. I hate it all. I don't participate. Let's see. But yeah, no, I mean, for what it's worth, pick your favorite sim right now. Maybe not the console players, because they only have, if we're going on the sim space, the ACC. But GT7 gives you all the tires for all the cars, and it's such an unauthentic feeling. Not to dog. All right, so here we go. We're back on cold tires. We're going to turn TC off now. And then we're going to drive it the whole time from cold to warm and see how the car grips up over time. I want to feel the tires with zero electronic assist. I should technically turn off ABS too, but that's just stupid. Also, the conditions I'm in probably aren't the best conditions for cold tires. My tires are at 90 degrees to start. Fahrenheit. Oh, we're loose though. Okay, alright. I might, what I do for this test here, I probably should cool down the environment. That was a second gear turn I should have been in, but I'm treating this sort of like a real scenario, but I probably should be treating it like an idiot and just trying to push way too hard to find the limit. But yep, alright, I like it. I like it. I intentionally rolled into the throttle a little too soon right there, and it immediately kicked me out. That's good. Oh, I didn't get the wrong way hands bug. I wonder if that was part of the bug. So, I mean, you can't see it right now. Well, you can see it, they're not there. But in the previous update, if you went the wrong direction briefly and got the ghosting thing so you don't, you know, hit people, when you stopped ghosting, the players or the character's hands would be there, but the wheel wouldn't be there. And notice it's not there. Maybe I just got lucky. But either way, cold tires, let's go. And by cold tires, I mean we're already at 130 degrees. That's my bad for picking an environment. I think we're on summer hot right now, so summer hot's not exactly the cold tire, you know, scenario. I will say though, as much as video games try and tell you that like a 100-degree tire is ice cold, if it's truly like a saturated 100-degree Fahrenheit tire, you have a lot more grip than games are trying to tell you. Now, you don't have peak grip. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm just saying 100 degrees is a grippy feeling tire. It shouldn't feel like it's on ice. You can't push obviously as hard. It's not what I'm trying saying. Please don't put words in my mouth. You're gonna anyway, but please don't. I'm just saying 100 degrees shouldn't feel like ice. But so far, I'm liking what I feel. We're getting pretty good grip right now. We're at about 150 degrees. Oh! I like that. Downshift kicked out the rear end, but I was able to save it with counter steering. Remember, guys, none of this is real, but you want to be convinced that it feels real. That's the idea. That's the idea of digital pixels on a screen. You know, when I play games like Elden Ring, I would love to think I'm that powerful. But unfortunately, it is a very... Well, then again, the amount of times I die in that game, kind of realistic, I suppose, if I was trying to be that person. Alright, let's go for a little bit of a push here. No TC on. Feels pretty gripped up. I'm doing some driving because, again, I don't have TC on, so I could drive it like an idiot. If you guys want, I can push way too hard and crash the car to test the tires that way, too. So let's just pin it in second. Yep, there it goes. Honestly, guys, this feels good. This feels legit. Little 360, exactly. I also like that I didn't slide 300 feet across the world when I spun out at less than 100 miles an hour. Man, this feels amazing. Try it for yourself, folks. Don't go based off my opinion. Don't go based off anybody's opinion but your own, ever. But that being said, though, this feels good to me. Go team straight 4. Yep. As soon as if I try and push what I know is just a little bit too early right there, it wants to kick out on me with no TC. That's what it should do. I like it. I like it a lot. Based off what I'm feeling right now, if I had to get, I have to try cold weather. I have to try cold weather. But in warm weather, on cold tires, I would probably start at TC 3 or 4 by default. And then after the outlap, drop it to 1 or 2. And then probably just leave it there. 1 felt really good. It felt like it was barely on, but only there to help save me from being sort of like an idiot. But it didn't seem like it interfered at all on an aggressive push. On an educated, aggressive push. Obviously, if I was trying to crash the car, it would intervene a bit more. This is going to get me back into driving some GT3s. Damn it! I hate GT3s! I don't hate GT3s. I'm being emotional, I know. This feels awesome. This feels awesome. Yep. So I looked at chat. It's unfortunate that the devs could not fix that. That when I look at chat, I crash. They really need to figure out a way to get that bug out of the game. That way I can read my chat and race and not crash. You know, it's not asking that much, guys. And for the out-of-contexters, that was a joke. Oh, I love it. I love it! Proper driving would have lifted off of that push, but I decided, we're almost straight. And we are in a little bit of a wheel spin situation, and I know we're coming up over a hill, and the rear end's going to get real loose once I get over that hill. And as soon as it got loose, it immediately killed me. Perfect. Oh, I love it. I love it. I mean, it's the only car I've driven so far, but man, I'm liking the Vet right now. I'm glad because I like this car a lot in real life. Again, that's why the GT3 class is popular. Relatability, folks. It's the world superbike of cars. That's what world superbike is in my world. Where you take a production homologation bike, which is a 1 of 500 production model, just so you can enter it into world superbike, and it uses the same core components. And by core components, I mean the frame and the engine with a very, very strict set of rules on modifications to the engine. The rest of the bike is no holds barred, turned into a race bike. But that's what this class is, in as far as in car world. It's the relatability factor, why it's popular. World Superbike is super popular, even though MotoGP, which is the F1 equivalent, is the Premier League version. But this feels great, man. This feels absolutely great. I want to keep doing laps. I know I shouldn't be because I'm testing, but I just want to keep driving around in circles. See, you know how I know this is real? That was a poor thing to say. You want to know how I know that this feels realistic to me? I don't want to get out of the car. So if this was a real car, and I was taking this car around the track, and the crew chief was like, all right, bring it in, we're done. And I'd be like, no, I'm going to keep doing laps. That would be my, first instinct. That's kind of where I'm at right now. I have to go test things, but I'm like, no, I just want to keep driving in circles because I'm having fun. Oh, I love it. Even going into fourth gear through a turn, the rear end with no TC on when you shift shocks the tires free just a little bit. Not enough to kill you, but just enough to give you the sensation of, hey, just letting you know, the tires are made of rubber. Oh, look at that. Too soon of a push, even with warm tires. Barely touched the throttle. I shouldn't say barely. Touched the throttle a little too soon. And we lost it. Going on, Fway. PMR gonna make EJ love GT3 now. Calm down with the love. There's only a few things I love in this world. But I like him a lot more, I'll say that. A lot more. This is fun. You know what, Fway? Since you're here, I'm gonna jump in the Porsche next, because you know my thoughts on the Porsche in this game. The GT3, well, I guess the 992 Cup anyway as well, but I don't really drive that car either, so let's jump in the Porsche next. That felt good. That felt good. I'm sure we could use eye tracking and have the AI take over when you're not looking. Please do. Oh, I need it so bad. All right, so let's get out of this. Let's get in the Porsche. For the sake of... All right, do I want to do... Okay, I'm gonna ask you guys, chat. What's your recommendation? Do you want to see me get in the Porsche next and cycle through cars? Or do you want me to lower the track temperature to, like, something cold? You know? And then try ice-cold tires. I guess I'll get in the Porsche. But see, I don't want to change cars and then change the track conditions, because that's going to skew my judgment of the car. So I want to make sure, if I'm either going to get back in the Corvette right now. You know what, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stick to my guns here. Get out of summer hot. Let's go to, I like winter. So let's do winter, winter hot. I'll do the Porsche. Okay, fine. Fine. We'll stick to summer hot just for Fway, and we'll get in the Porsche. Because he knows how much I hate the way the Porsche drives. All right, here we go. It's so exciting. Oh, alarm's about to go off. Good thing I looked at my phone. Because I wouldn't have heard that, but you guys would have. And that would have been annoying. All right. You love the pork in other Sims? All right, let's see. So, let's do the same thing. No TC. Tires, so FYI, guys, because it's summer hot, 96 degrees is the starting temperature of the tires. And in my experience, that is still a very warm tire for getting initial grip. You can't push hard, but you can still drive without, you know, sliding right off the track with half effort. All right, so I feel understeer on turn one. Definitely feeling the cold tires right now. Oh, don't want to be in first. Get out of first, Evan. Right now, we're actually getting a lot of understeer. A bit more than the Corvette, but let's see how the tires feel when they're warm. That's kind of where it really matters, you know? Oh, yeah. Going a little easy in this lap, obviously. It's an out lap. Oh, real quick in this straight, I want to do a throttle test. Hold on. Get at about 3,000 RPM in fourth gear. Let's see how the throttle feels when I play the piano on it. I mean, does what I expect that weird test to do, so okay. We've officially tested the throttle. Feels fine to me. Let's go. I'll save that test for the, you know, the other people. All right. Tires are approaching 150 degrees. Still cold, but so far no issues with the Porsche that make me go, something's wrong with the car. Feels pretty balanced. I'd say maybe a little bit more understeer than the Corvette, but I'm trying to get the tire. Whoa! Okay, there it is. Saved that. I can't judge the car by comparison until the tires are at full operating temp. Yeah, this feels good. This feels good, boys. This feels real good. Depending on how things go, I'm trying to spend some time testing these cars. I really want to check BOP, see how BOP feels in these cars right now. Because the tires, again, this is my opinion. Take it how you want. I think this feels 100 times better than the previous GT3 setups. But I also did not like them. But if it's, you know, people think I want it to be easy, I preferred iRacing's GT3 driving to the way it was before in this game. And that is not an easier sim. This feels, honestly, a lot like a hybrid of almost LMU and iRacing, but with a bit more, or I should say a bit more, a lot more save ability past the limit. LMU's not too bad trying to save it past the limit. It still feels a bit forced, but obviously we all know how iRacing is, where once you go past the limit, that's it, it's over. So let's not even count iRacing in that particular. I'm talking about when you have grip in iRacing. Because I will say, I very much like GT3 driving when you have the grip in iRacing. The physics of the car feel really good. But this, I now know what I'm doing in tomorrow's stream. I already know what I'm doing. And you can't change it. Nothing you can do. God, this feels so good, man. This feels awesome. Boy, you're gonna like this. You are gonna like this, sir. Because I hated this car before. The problem I had with this car before was how unstable the rear end was. Remember, I'm driving only default cars right now. Default cars need to feel good and be tweakable with setups to be a little faster for the driver's preferences. That's how realistically setups should be. Setup shouldn't feel like I just made my car make 100 more horsepower. Yeah, this feels good. This feels good. Tires are at full operating temperature right now. So far, what's community feedback? I'm curious how my opinion lands compared to others. It will not affect my opinion, I will say that. Now, if they find issues, you know, that's of course something that I would absolutely take into account and try and find them myself. But as far as the overall experience right now that I'm having, this is solid. This is solid. But I mean, if EJR likes driving the car and can drive the car, that means it's too easy. And the game sucks. This feels awesome, guys. While I am getting around the track with no TC on, saved it, I would still probably, in this particular situation, run TC on TC1. Just because TC1 is really there to help save mistakes, not make you go faster or slower. Mind you, though, we are in ideal conditions. Summer, hot climate. Full operating temperature tires. I gotta experiment with this turn here if second or third is ideal. Going over this hill, I like second. Wind out second, let off. Grab third. Downshift, downshift. God, the driving is predictable. Oh, I love it. When you can sense the limit, or feel when you're approaching the limit, that feels realistic. The on-off switch feeling of like min-max grip is something I've struggled with a lot of sim racing stuff. Whoop, 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 whoop. That was sloppy. Yes, this feels great. This feels great. All right, let's drive like an idiot and see if I can get this car to lose it. Without being too much of an idiot, I mean, like driving it straight into a wall. But let's just, you know, some people are heavy-footed. Case in point, right there. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to happen in that scenario. I was in third gear. I applied too much throttle too soon, and it immediately killed me. Perfect. I'm sure there are going to be people that think that should happen at a lesser throttle. And I doubt this will be the final ever revision to GT3. But this is easily the best this game has ever felt in a GT3. It feels so good. I feel like I'm just glazing them right now, but I don't care. This is why I like the live format. I don't have this time to sit here and do extra takes and then pre-recorded videos and edit. This is just me playing the game. Oh, I love it. All right, let's get out of this and let's get into a cold track day. Let's see how cold track day. That was obviously ideal conditions. Summer hot conditions. I don't know if I want to go... screw it. Let's just do winter cold. Let's do the worst scenario possible. I am going to get back in the vet, though. So Porsche checks out. Feels great. Corvette feels great. I just like the Corvette better because I like the car better. That's my only actual reason. Passed out early last night. GT3s are amazing now. Have you tried them at all? Or are you currently in a working state and have to wait? Yeah, this drive's awesome. This drive's absolutely awesome. All right, here we go. So, no TC. Although, that's interesting. I don't have tire warmers on right now, and my tires started at 90 degrees. Interesting. I'll have to have a chat about that. Because the ambient... What is the actual ambient temperature right now? You restart. Yeah, so the track temp's 35, the ambient temp is 36, and without track warmers on... Let me just make sure I didn't have them on. I don't think I had them on, but let me double check. Yeah, so tire pre-warm is off. I think the optimal tire temp is lower now. Oh, was the Logitech bug fixed? Yeah, so this is interesting. My tires are coming out of the pits here to start the race. I don't know if there's an auto pre-warm or something, but they're not like full send pre-warm, like 200 degrees or damn near, but they're warmer than I would expect. It's good? Perfect. Glad to hear it. Oh, let me turn off TC, I forgot. So, devs, if any of you guys are watching right now, what should a tire be at, temperature-wise, without warmers on? I mean, for me, ideally, I would imagine it would be ambient temperature, but they're way warmer than that. So I don't know what it's supposed to be, or what the intent is supposed to be anyway. Alright. Good. We spun out with that there was less throttle than like a an actual push, like a legitimate push. So that's good. Also good. Also good. So yeah, my only real question is what the tires are supposed to be. Oh, yeah. Lots. Oh, Jesus. So the track condition is definitely playing its part here. Because the tires aren't cold. They're 130 degrees or so. They're not obviously at optimum temperature, but they're not cold. Glad to hear it's fixed, because my buddy's a Logitech guy, so... This is default setup, Eagles. This is just me running a default setup tire. Default setup car, I mean. No changes to it. This is just getting in and going. We're in winter cold climate now, 36 degrees outside. My biggest question is, what is the starting temperature supposed to be? Because we're coming in at least 60 degrees warmer than ambient temperature on a non-pre-warm run. All right. So, I want to get out of this quick, and I want to put pre-warm on and see what the difference is. Because I'm running temperatures that I should be at in summer hot conditions. So, summer hot conditions are around 90 degrees, and my tires were at 90 degrees with no pre-warmers on when I started the race. To me, that seems legitimate. They've absorbed ambient temperature. But in winter cold, it's 36 degrees and my tires are still 90 at the start of the race with no warmers on. So let me see what pre-warm is like, because that might be something they have to address and it's not intentional. Unless they have it set up so that your tires are always a bit pre-warmed. So I just turned pre-warm on and I want to see what the tires are at now. Yeah, so they're at 160 degrees. So there is a difference. They go up 70 degrees with the pre-warm. So the setting is doing something. Let's back out again, and I want to try and see what it does in qualifying, or practice, whichever. Pre-warm off. Race off. Just do practice. Wonder if I get the grain thing. All right, I'll check that out in a sec. Let me see. So, drive. We're at 70 degrees now in practice. The other tires are actively cooling down as I sit here. So I'm going to have to ask the devs about what the tires are supposed to be programmed like, because I'm just curious about that. All right, let's go back to testing cars. But let's go back to the conditions we were in before. How's the bloody game now? Bloody game's good, my friend. At least my opinion. I'll be interested to hear other people's opinions, but I'm liking it. Alright, so let's get in the Lamborghini and see how she drives. Cheers from across the pond. Cheers, sir. Cheers. Even the GT3 AI tire got a good buff. On a stock DBR9, the AI is 2 seconds faster around Sebring with the new GT3 tire. Interesting. Interesting. All right, so track temp, 80 degrees. Get in the default car. 76 degrees. All right, so it seems it's like almost like it's pre-programmed. It's not going by the actual ambient conditions. It's going by just a pre-programmed temperature. Because my tires start at the same temperature no matter what the ambient and track temp is, which the track temp's not going to have a big effect on that, but the ambient temperature is going to have a huge effect on your starting temperature. So I'll have to ask them about that. I'm curious. Because right now, the tires started colder than the ambient temperature. Because we're back in summer hot conditions. It's very interesting. And we did run into that issue last night with the LMDHs where the tires almost seemed random at start, depending on who you were. This doesn't feel grainy at all, by the way. Boy, this feels just like the other ones, in my opinion. Alright, this feels good. But I do have to try a a front engine car. All I've done is drive mid-engines. Foy, do you have the latest version of the firmware? You can only get it from SimPro 3, by the way. If you're still using SimPro 2, 2.1.8 is the most recent software, and you only get 223 on that for the actual base firmware. It goes up to 226 so far if you have SimPro 3. I still use SimPro 2 primarily, but I have the firmware update that's given to me from SimPro 3. Yeah, download SimPro 3. This feel good. I'm probably going to race these cars as long as we're in warm conditions on TC1. I think that's going to be the move, is TC1. Feels so much better, so much better. How about that Cadillac, though? These now are at a point of driving where I'll consider driving them in a GT3 class rather than... This is perfect for ranked. Has there been any announcement? I mean, I haven't been on my phone much. Any announcement of the ranked servers going back up? For you console guys out there, I'm just telling you right now, this is your best driving GT3 by a landslide. Tomorrow's stream, by the way, I'm doing what I did with LMDHs. I'm going to have to do LMDHs again soon, too. Now that the shift protection's gone. Or not intrusive. Fway, were you here, by the way? When I got in the Cadillac LMDH? Also, Fway, I don't know if you've been looking here. Take a look. Take a look. Shift light! God, this feels good. I don't even like this car. And it feels good. Oh, don't be in first. I'm actually curious if I have bindable pedals now. I know it works if you plug your pedals into the bass directly, but my screen that shows me my pedal inputs doesn't work in this because I have my pedals plugged in directly, so I can't calibrate them. Directly to a USB hub, I mean. I mean, this is so good. Good job, devs. Good job. I know everybody has different opinions, but I just truly don't see how anybody's going to like the old tire model better than this. I truly don't. Watch what, dummies? He only said watch. You'll be getting this sim soon? Yeah, you're gonna have a good time. I'm getting to that point, like, I have to start recommending this game. Like, I just can't... Yes, are there still some things that need to be added and bugs here and there? For sure, for sure. But I'm at a point of, like, who gives a shit? I know that's the wrong way to look at things, but... There's just so much fun that I'm having with this game. Like, I'm doing endless, pointless laps. And I'm having... I continue to want to do this. But anyway, before you have to go, Fway, let me get back in the Cadillac right now. Let me get back in the Cadillac now. Just quick. I'm not going to spend a lot of time in it. I'm going to spend a few minutes in it right now just to feel it out. Downshift protection, so much better now. So much better. Was my only real complaint with the way the LMDHs drove after the update. Was the shift protection was just... It was like you had a passenger in the car that was saying that just wouldn't let you shift. Or, that was a weird analogy. I don't know why I said it like that. You get what I'm saying. I didn't like it. That's what I'm trying to say. Listen to this car. Boy, listen to this car. It's a good thing I have footage of this car prior. Because I'm going to do it before and after. Because this thing sounds good. Oh, stalled. That's on me. It sounds so much more like the real thing. I don't know if you guys have ever heard this car in video. This is just... Whoop, whoop, cold tires. God. Damn! You guys know how I feel about audio in cars. The force feedback feels more detailed, but I've only driven the car on Mid-Ohio so far. And Mid-Ohio is a bit bumpier, so... Grain of salt with me saying that. I gotta try it on a track that I have more time with the LMDHs on. This is just becoming a really good test track for me. I still like Monza the best for high-speed straights into very quick downshifting with hard braking into a chicane. Monza, to me, is the only track that... We got it. God, that sounds so good. And by the way, this car is not set up for this track right now. I'd be putting a lot more rear wing in it if I wanted to, if I was actually setting this car up. So when you see the ass come out, that's all set up right now. See, like right there? If I had a wing in it, that wouldn't happen. I'm gonna be on for all day. Kenobi. If you want to jump on the Discord too, I'll be in Discord. Alright. Anyway, this car sounds amazing. And I'm also kind of bummed that it sounds so good now because I kind of fell in love with the way the Lambo drove. And now I'm like, damn it! That is easily the best sounding car now. For LMDH. Anyway, this is a GT3 specific patch, so let's focus on the GT3s. Alright, so let's get back in the Corvette. And let's go to a different track and do some different driving. And I want to do it with the AI. Let's see how it handles Sebring. Default car, Sebring, summer hot. We'll go back to pre-warm since we're going to do some racing and I don't care about... Or do we want it more authentic? What do we want? Now, we're gonna mess with the AI. The AI sometimes doesn't follow the same rules, so... Let's do 32 car grid. 100% AI. Let's have them just kick my ass, because that's what's about to happen. AI is still running a medium tire? Well, that's bullshit. Get them on hards. Alright, any changes I want to make? No, I want to run default car. The default cars feel so good right now. Alright, so I'm on pre-warm, so I'm going right down to TC3. And then once the tires get to full operating temperature, we're dropping to TC1. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I'm sitting here in the pits. I had practice turned on for 60 minutes. That's not happening. Do 5 laps. Actually, no, let's do... Alright, so what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do. This is actually going to be a legitimate test here. You have a problem with the driver rear tire almost hitting 300 degrees. I have not had that happen yet. Are you spinning out when that happens? If you're spinning out, then that happens as temporarily like a flash surface heat, but then it immediately dissipates. I'm going to set it to 5 laps. I'm going to record this and see if I can make a video out of this. In my quick test at Sebring, GT3s are really close to real-life qualifying times. Sebring 12-hour qualifying times. Perfect. Perfect. Also, Kenobi, you got your work cut out for you with these GT3s now. They're not going to be so easy to make them go way faster. I'm sure you'll figure it out, though. I'm sure you'll figure it out. But I'm going to run the default car, making myself a G Fuel quick. And then we're going to do an actual recorded race. All right. All right. Let's see. I've got some ideas, but the default setups feel so good. S4 did an incredible job. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Let's see. But one thing that is kind of funny, I have been running different stats for front and rear tire. S4 have done the same with the GT3 tires now. Interesting, interesting. Nice job with the feedback also, EJ. Well, thank you, sir. Thank you. I always try and give good feedback, good, honest feedback. I have to spend real... Here's the thing. You guys know, I'm not much of a GT3 fan. So for me, I have to spend real time with these cars to really, really, really critique them. Because right now I'm in what you'd call the honeymooners, or the honeymoon period, where I'm loving the new change and I'm hyper-focused on how much better it is. So I have to let some hours get put into them to really judge sort of a... All right, maybe this could be tweaked. Maybe this could be tweaked, you know? But right now, maybe this will drop a little bit. But right now, 10 out of 10 on the patch. 10 out of 10. Improvement. I feel like I'm driving a car with tires that make sense. That's the thing. And whether that's just a me thing and other people disagree or not, whether people think it's real or not, the point of a simulator is to convince the person that this is a real-ish experience. Because none of this is obviously real. Anyway, I'm not going down the realism debate. That being said, this feels authentic, and I like it. I've been, DCG, I've been testing only default cars right now, by the way. Only default cars. All right. Let's focus up here. Let's focus up. Turn the music down, because I'm going to record this. All right. Let's try and have a legitimate race right now. All right. Update 1601. New GT3 tires. AI at 100%. Oh, EJR is not at 100%. This feels so good on Sebring now. My bad, buddy. Is it ironic that 007 is driving an Aston Martin right now? I'm just saying. Reading the writing on the wall. Oh! Oh, I love it. The curb made me oversteer, and I was able to give it a quick little throttle blip, or throttle off the blip, and countersteer briefly and save the car. This feels so good. This is easily the best these cars have felt since release. And honestly, some of the best GT3 feeling I felt, period. AA at 100%, kicking my ass. Rightfully so. So, comment below. How fast should the AI be? It's a very common debate in the sim racing space. Oh, I love it. I love that I can save it. I can't catch him. We're gripped up real good right now, too. Yep. I'm very curious about Straight4's algorithm for the AI in terms of if they're adaptive or not. They don't feel like they're running the same performance the entire time. It definitely feels like there's some level of adaptivity. That's a word. That's happening. Because I'm getting faster, and so are they. But I also, my opinion is that me, an average sim racer, should not be able to hang with the AI at 100%. So, I'll be honest with you, I'm happy they're driving away from me right now. Oh, a little loose in the rear. I gotta brake a little deeper. I'm losing a lot of time. I'm braking a bit too early. These tires feel so much more authentic. I love it. AI is punishing me, though. Bye, guys. God, this is crazy. This driving feels so legit. Too legit. Too legit to quit. That's why I'm not a comedian. Yeah, I think we're about ready for a full review of this game. I think we're there. I have yet to do a full review. Obviously, I've reviewed a lot of things on stream. But a comprehensive, detailed review covering all the good, all the bad, all the ugly. I think it's that time. They're crushing me. 7 seconds out of the last place guy. 100%'s hard. Good. Good. Pull it in. I am getting my ass kicked. And I'm okay with it. Last lap. I got to brake later there. Brake too early again. Whoop. Skill issue. New tire model feels good. Good job. Because I hated these cars before. Full stop. I hated them. Hate's a strong word. I didn't hate them. Strongly disliked them. Alright, so, for reference, the fastest guy went 157, even though he won first place, the 158 guy. I went 2019 as my fastest lap. So, I'm quite a bit off the pace. Almost 4 seconds. Actually, I am 4 seconds off the second place guy, so that's the AI at 100%. Comment below, what are your thoughts? Alright, that video is recorded. Video is recorded. Oil slick, yeah, it feels incredible. Feels absolutely incredible. Feels absolutely incredible. The GT3s are now fun and like, I think, authentic to drive. You know, we haven't done my real test yet, which is Nord's. We'll get there. We're going to be on for a while, boys. We're going to be on for a while, boys. We're going till, I would say, our normal end time if we started at 11. But we started at 7. So we're doing an 8-hour stream right off the rip. And then we're taking our evening off. And then we're getting back on at 11 o'clock tonight. And we're doing our open lobby action. And we're going to be heavily focused on LMDH and GT3s. Because LMDHs, oil slick, guess what? Guess what? They addressed the shift protection. Yes, I know I look ridiculous, but I don't give a shit. That was my biggest complaint. And the Cadillac got an audio buff. And it sounds incredible. I'm going to be putting that video up later. Comparison. It's a good thing I have a lot of saved old footage because it sounds legit now. That was my one complaint. I like the sound of it. So LMU captured the pitch, which duplicated the RPM sound, but it didn't have the tone. This game had a tone, but it didn't have the pitch. The RPM just didn't sound like it was actually going to the RPM it was. Now, I can't say it's dead nuts, because they're never dead nuts. It's almost impossible. But man, is it good. And man, is it close. And I'm a sound guy. I love my sound. I always look ridiculous. Thank you. I agree. Let's see. Let me read some comments here, and then we're going to do that same exact test with the AI at 75%. Well, why? Okay, Shaolin Monk, let me ask you this. Why is it unrealistic if they don't make mistakes at 100%? It's the hardest. The number is irrelevant. Like this number here, for AI strength, like, let me get my face off screen. That number means literally nothing outside of difficulty. So the most difficult the AI can possibly be should feel faster than you. You should not be able to beat the AI at 100%. So if you're racing at the skill level of the AI at 75%, you're in a good place. But your skill set should never be like, oh yeah, I can race the AI at 100% and I can beat them at will. No, they should be perfect at 100%. And then as you scale, now realistically, what I would like to see moving forward, this is, again, no rush on this, I don't care, but something that would be a better way to implement AI would be their skill, so AI skill and a percentage, AI mistakes, another slider, and then AI aggression, another slider. That's how AMS2 does it, and I think it's really good because if I were to run the AI with 0 mistakes, 100% skill, and 100% aggression, they will crush you. If I turned off aggression and left them at 100% skill with 0 mistakes, they won't die. They won't be nearly as aggressive on dive bombing. Now, mind you, they're a bit more polished, so they don't dive bomb and just crash into you to make a pass. But they're very aggressive on making sure you're the one who's going to hit the brakes. Whereas if you ran them on full soft aggression, they would bail on a straight before you almost every time. But their lines are still very fast. So down the road, yes, I would make it a bit more user-friendly with control. But for the most part, with one slider like this is it, 100%. That's the hardest they can be. So if you can beat them there, then that means the AI is just not good enough, you know? So I approve of said ass shellacking right there, because at my skill level, especially in GT3s, I shouldn't be able to hang with them. They should all be faster than me. My lines at Sebring suck. You know, my braking zones at Sebring suck. The fastest lap time was 4 seconds faster than mine. And I think if you got online right now, or if I got online, you would see that the best players are potentially more than 4 seconds faster than me. So either way, I think they're in a really good spot. Let's turn the AI down to 75% now for the next race. We're going to do the exact same thing. Is it only the GT3 they updated? They're the primary update. But the patch notes are out there. They fixed a couple bugs. My telemetry works. My shift light works. I know this doesn't apply to you guys, and you don't care, but 10 out of 10 patch. Game over, go home. My shift light works. This is the only game, well, besides Rensport, but Rensport doesn't output telemetry yet. This is the only game that output telemetry that my shift light did not work for. And I thought it was a Simagic issue, and it was fixed on the PMR side, so I am pumped on that. That's a win for me. I know that's specifically for me, but if you use Simagic hardware, just know your shift light on your wheels work now. Andre, the past 2 updates have been massive, in my opinion. Massive. No, Eagles. I'm not in love. I'm not in love with them. I'm very much in very deep like with them, though. I still feel like I feel fundamentally about GT3s, but they're now fun to drive. I like driving them in the game. Whereas before, I didn't care about GT3s, and I didn't enjoy driving them, so there was no reason for me to get into a GT3. Just ordered it today from Amazon, arrived Sunday, can't wait. Is it better than ACC? That driving experience now, prior to this patch, I would say ACC felt better. It was the better driving GT3 experience. Now, shoes on the other foot. What was a shift protection issue? Yeah, so basically, shift protection wasn't implemented on the LMDHs prior to the last patch, and when they patched it in, it was way too aggressive. So, like, there would be many times where I would want to be in 1 gear lower going into a turn, and I'd be stuck in 3rd gear instead of being able to be in 2nd gear. So, the only 2 ways to go about it were stay in 3rd gear and lug it out, so my exit speed was just way too slow, or start braking sooner to slow down my entry speed to get it into 2nd gear, but neither scenario was ideal. Realistically, I wanted to keep the braking zone where it was and be able to go into the turn in 2nd gear so I could power out of the turn better. you know? And there was Nords especially. It would drive me nuts, the shift protection. It would just constantly be in the way. Now, we're back. We're back, baby. Our car's no longer ghosting. To my understanding, let me check the Discord. I don't think they've made any announcements yet. Let's see, No, I don't see yet, if the servers have been put back up yet. All right. So, as far as ghosting, it was addressed in the patch. As a patch notes, cars were ghosting when they weren't supposed to be ghosting, and that was a bug that they said they fixed. But this, to my understanding, the servers are not up yet. I'll just real quick check. This will tell me right now. Multiplayer. Connecting. Oh, we got lobbies up. So I guess so. I guess the servers are back up. I'm not doing that yet, though. I got things I want to test. But we're going to be live for a while, though, so I am potentially going to do some lobby testing before I get off this particular stream, because we're going to be doing this for a good 8-hour stream. We're already almost 2 hours in, though, so we're going to be doing this till about 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. All right, so let's get back to single player race weekend. All right, so we're going to, like I said, we're going to do the exact same race. Now, for the next 5 laps, I'm not going to be paying attention to chat because I'm trying to do this legitimately. I'm recording it to make videos, and I'm trying to try against the AI. 100% did not go well for me, but this is a 100% default car. This. Alright. AI, 100%. GT3, new tires, default car. I'm in the Corvette. So lap 1, they are considerably slower, based off 100%, because I was passing them like this. Not this aggressively, but I was passing them in the beginning of lap 1, and then they picked up the pace and kicked my ass. So at 75%, I'll be curious, once they pick up the pace, if, where they fall and if I can hang with them or not. Well, they didn't dogpile right there. That's actually pretty good. That's good. That's improvement. I braked early there because I was expecting a dogpile, and it never happened. They all kind of drove the way they should. So that part's good right there. I like that. Oh, where you're going, buddy? God, these GT3s drive so good now. I hate how good they drive because I don't like GT3s. So far, no contacts yet. I expect them, but none yet. I don't want to jinx it, but this is the best the AI's felt in this game. Like, by a good margin. Like, that was my fault right there. I got a little loose in the rear end, and the AI got out of my way. Like, he evaded me. Prior to that, the AI probably wouldn't have moved, and I would have just hit the AI. As you can see, they're getting a little quicker now. "75% for my skill set is definitely the more fun experience for me right now, because I feel like I can battle with them. Whereas 100%, I'll save that for the tryhards. And the reason I'm testing the AI like this, even though this is a GT3 update, is because single player is a very relevant portion of this game. The career modes and all that stuff. So, if the AI feels better as well, that's going to heavily buff the single player experience for this game, especially if you're into the GT3 experience. This feels good. Alright, so first place is 16 seconds in front. Let's look at that again next lap, see where he's at. Try and get an idea of his pace versus mine. Now, obviously, it's not always one-to-one because I have traffic in my way and he does not. I'm assuming the AI's gender, I know. AI avoided me. I drove a little too aggressive right there and cut him off, and he evaded me. Perfect. I can't blame the AI for not hitting me when I make mistakes. If you think the AI should hit you when you make a mistake, I don't know what would please you in real life when it comes to video games. Damn, my buddy is gonna love the GT3s in this. He was a diehard ACC fan, and he said these cars felt okay to him before, but he still liked ACC's feel better. He's gonna like these a lot now. I can almost guarantee it. So we lost about 3/4 of a second on that lap to the AI, which is not bad. Considering I have traffic, I would say from a skill set standpoint, I'm sitting right around the 75% mark. At least GT3 on Sebring. This is so good, guys. This will make me play career mode. Woo! That was a little reckless on my part, but again, they evaded me. Like real people, well, real professionals anyway. Not the people you play with online. Whew. That was on me. Wasn't paying attention. Luckily, we got big brakes. I think the Corvette's my new car since this update. I still have to try some other cars, but I'm liking the way just the Corvette sort of speaks to me. And the Corvette is also my retirement car plan, so I will have my Corvette before I leave planet Earth. I'm going to be the same guy in denim shorts, damn near knee-high white socks, hanging out at the donut shop, just enjoying driving his Corvette on a Sunday. That's going to be me. I love it. I absolutely love it. Damn it, I don't want to race in GT3 classes, but I might have to if this is what it is. So we were able to claw our way back from essentially 32nd place to 19th place with 75% AI in 5 laps on Sebring. So for the sake of comparison, our fastest lap was 2:01.6. And the AI's fastest lap was 2:01.3 and 2:01.5. Those are the only ones that beat me. Only, oh, so hold, there's one right here. Oh, wait, that's me. Never mind. So only 2 AI beat me lap time-wise. So I would say I'm right at the 75% mark. So, excellent job. GT3s are great now. And so far, the AI is talented. I like it. That's 2 videos recorded, boys. And I feel good about it. I feel good about it. So one video will be 100% AI. The other video will be 75% AI. From my point of view, 75% feels a lot better to race. Because you feel like you're competitive with them. I would say on a track that I'm better at, I'd say probably maybe 80%, maybe 85% would be the better way to go. But for my skill set on Sebring, like you saw, there were 2 guys that went faster than me, and they didn't go much faster than me. So with enough laps, I could have potentially make podium. That felt good. I need to like, you know, stop fighting. The GT3 family welcomes you. I know. America, fruck yeah. In qualifying, they are always about 2 seconds faster on the second timed lap, so I would imagine it's the same in the races. Yeah, that makes sense. Good AI, in my opinion, must evade you, like you said, but I also like to see them make mistakes, make dive bombs between them like the Lambo on lap 3. Yeah, I mean, I could see that. I could see wanting some AI mistakes in there, give you more of an authentic feeling. Technically, the LMDHs, they were making tons of mistakes. That's what I should test, but, you know. How'd you know the perfect AI for single player for myself or any other player, question mark? Honestly, I don't know. Just figure out honestly, what you should do, in my opinion, if you want to jump into career mode, you can do authentic and you're going to struggle with the AI. What I recommend doing for your first career mode attempt is jumping into a race weekend with the class of car you want. And get on any track that you know okay-ish, right? And keep playing with that AI slider until you find a point where you think it's very competitive for your skill set. You know, it's a bit more of a manual process, I get it. And then jump into career mode and set the AI to that skill set. And that would give you a really fun experience. And as you get better at the game, bump the AI, or you can just go right to full authentic and be in last, like me, and be in last place in GT3 every time. All right. This is the true test. The true test. Right here. One lap wonder. No AI. Just me and the open road. What are you guys thinking so far based off watching me? I know a lot of you haven't played it yet, and I highly recommend you make your own decisions. But so far, what's everyone's opinion? All right. Any noticeable difference on the renderings? I'll be honest with you. I've been in sort of a honeymoon period with the new GT3s, so I haven't paid too much attention. Things I have noticed. Well, there's only one thing I've noticed that wasn't in the update. The patch notes was the LMDH Cadillac got a massive audio buff. It sounds amazing now. It sounds so much more to the real car. It sounded good before, but it just didn't sound like it spun high enough RPM and had a high enough pitch to it. It didn't sound like it was the right Cadillac. It sounded like a Cadillac engine, but the wrong engine for the car. Now, legit. Not saying it's perfect. I'm sure someone will pick it apart and find a video clip and compare and say EJR Racing, just EJR, is an idiot. But I'll try and pay a little more attention to the Bad Lad, are you on console or PC? Because for one thing, if you're not on PC, my visuals might not be a good comparison for you. Actually, you know, I lied. I want to do this differently. I don't want to have everything in winter. You're on PC? Okay, so I'll do my best and try and pay attention. But I do want to get out of summer, and I want to get into winter. I like the look of winter. It's just visibly much more appealing to me. All right, but we still want hot, which is still, obviously, it's going to... You blend both the season and the weather type to get a certain kind of temperature. I mean, I don't know if by normal PS5 you mean like the base PS5, because I have PS5 Pro and I also have this on PS5 Pro. And I think it actually it's so much better than it was on day one. So is the PC version. Every patch even if they don't put it in the patch notes, if you're really, really paying attention, little things get a little bit of a tweak, and they get better. So, I'm getting excited. I'm pumped up right now. All right, let's do this. All right, solo test lap, Nordschleife, new GT3 tire compound, Corvette. How does this feel? So far, so good. All right, let's challenge myself a little bit. Let's lower TC to 3. Tires are still a little bit cold because we are racing in the winter right now. Whoa! Nice recovery, Cole. I like it. All right, so clearly, you need the tires to be a little warmer, because that was the line I would have taken if my tires were at operating temperature. And as you can clearly see, I understeered right off the track. Oh, I blew that too. Not a good recovery, Cole. Oh. All right, let's start this over. I blew this up. Try it again. All right, now that we know that I got to go a little easier for the tires to get warmer, because our tires are on pre-warm right now, and they're, what was it, 130 or so at start. 180 is probably ideal. So, let's try this again. All right. New GT3 tires. Corvette Nordschleife. We are in winter time right now. Tire temps are cool. The road is cool. I believe it's about 40 degrees out. 40-degree track temps in the game. Tires are about 40 degrees out of optimal. All of these numbers are Fahrenheit. Woo! Corvette's a great lawnmower. Oop. Yeah, I don't think our tires are going to get any warmer. I think it's just too cold out. So we got to drive a little under the limit. just because it's cold. After this, we'll do a lap in summer temperatures to see how the traction compares, because we're barely getting any extra heat in the tires. Which I like that. The track is cold. The atmosphere is cold. So even though you're trying to put heat in the tires from friction, everything around you is actively cooling the tires as well. Whoop. Yeah, I'm pretty aggressively under driving right now, just because the grip is mediocre, but honest. Held it locked, wasn't sure if I was going to be able to. So, our hottest tires are inside, are forward left, front left, and it's cooling down right now in the straight. It did hit 150 degrees, now it's about 145. Right front's 127, rears are in the 130s, so they're warm, but they're not hot. But more than drivable. All right. So, we went 658.9. Now we're going to do that again, only this time it's going to be summertime instead of wintertime. So I expect to be able to push a little bit harder because, well, the tires work better. So 658.9 from a standing start on the Nordschleife. Do new tire physics affect wets as well? I'll be honest with you, I don't think I can answer that properly. I don't know. I can't tell you the last time I played this game in the rain. That's probably something I should do prior to reviewing it, is weather. You know, I really have not spent any real time with weather. See something here. Just checking my footage quick, make sure everything recorded correctly. Because I am doing some recordings as I review this for you guys. This is what another reason I love the live platform, is that I'll check myself out of chat for a few minutes to record a video, and it still helps me make the video that you guys are there, because I know I'm in my brain, I'm not talking to nobody. So if I'm doing this exact same thing, saying the exact same things, in the back of my brain, I know nobody's listening right now. Whereas right now, when I'm streaming and I'm making these videos or recording these videos to make later, now I have an actual audience to listen to me, and it feels more authentic in my head. Even though I'm not looking at what you're saying, I know people are there listening, and I'm not talking to literal ghosts. So thank you for being here, guys. Believe it or not, even if you're here and saying nothing, you're helping me because I can make videos, and it feels legitimate. Anyway, all right, summertime, do the exact same thing again. Oh. They updated the DLSS. Now the trailing sound around from the car. What do you mean trailing sound? You got me on the sound part. Image breaks and halos around the wheels are gone. All of that's good. You're a good rambler to keep in the background. It helps me get stuff done as well. Oh, I know I'm a rambler. Why I like doing a podcast. Talking's fun. Let's see. If you were to compare the driving feel of PMR and ACC right now, what would your answer be? Oh, right now it's PMR, for sure. Prior to this update, it was ACC. It was ACC with a solid, like, ACC's the better GT3 driving experience. Now, sorry, ACC. I held you near and dear to my heart, but PMR stole my heart. And continues. Oh. Okay, let's get this ready. All right, summertime now. GT3. How are the new tires? A little more initial grip already. Yeah, this feels great now. I can trust the car a little bit more. Even though the tire temps have not exceeded really where we were before yet, at this point of the track, by comparison to before, we're already able to push harder. This feels good, boys. This feels good. Tires are already in the 160s, so we're getting them warm. This feels good. This feels good. Ah, I hate that it's making me like GT3s. There's so many other good cars in this game that I want to drive that are not the GT3s. But from a competitive standpoint, this is the class of cars. So these got to be good if you want your game to do well. Same thing as last time. That's just me. I gotta get used to that. Oh, we got it. We're good. All right, home stretch. So compared to last time, our tires are about 30 degrees warmer at this point. The front left is not quite that much of a difference, but we're in the 150s and the 160s right now. Whereas before we were in the 130s and the 140s, with the exception of the front left tire out of that turn. But it actively cooled down, whereas right here we only lost a few degrees on it. Almost lost it in the last turn right there. All right, so for comparison, we cut 8.9 seconds off our lap time going from cold weather or winter hot air to summer hot air, which is, I believe, according to the actual track temp and the ambient temp, about 30 degrees difference. So that's legit. I mean, that scales fantastically. Now, what a standing Nordschleife run in a GT3 lap time is by a professional, I could not tell you. All I can tell you is my experience. And we went 658.9 in winter air and winter track temps. And then in summer track temps, we're at 651 flat. And I actually blew that last turn. That probably would have been a 650 and change just by not oversteering in the very last right-hander before the finish line. So overall, I'm giving it a hell yeah. Great job, straight four. I'm loving this. I hate that I'm loving this. I hate that I'm loving this. All right, what's the next test? What do you guys want me to check next? Pre-patch Corvette 658 flying lap. So I want to say the fastest I went pre-patch in the Mustang was 639. I think you just did that yesterday, 638 Titan. I think I was there for that. So that's those, believe it or not, right there. Those are my first 2 laps ever with the Corvette around Nordschleife. I feel bad for all the guys that were practicing the GT3s to get ready for their tournament because there's a wrench in the system right there. Realistically, though, I don't feel bad because the game is way better. So the reality of it is that the experience is going to be better for everybody. So, yeah. The argument, too, for that is that, well, it reset it for everybody, not just one particular person. So everybody has to kind of relearn the cars. But I think the cars they're easier to drive in the sense where the information you're getting from the car feels legitimate. Like if you're used to driving or racing a real car and you're used to a sim that can properly translate tire information to the person in the sim, things get easier because you're being told the right information. I didn't like the way tires in this game told you information. I didn't believe it because it just didn't feel legit. AMS2 does the same thing, but even worse. Now, I'm able to trust the tire feeling because the car, for example, now mind you, in the very first lap, right, I obviously crashed twice because I was trying to push like I would a summertime lap, and I crashed twice. So okay, it's time to listen to the tires. It's time to listen to what the car's telling me. Let me drive, maybe not necessarily right up to the limit, but listen to the car and drive the car. And no real mistakes in the cold weather lap. And then immediately, I listened to the feedback of the car on the hot lap and chopped 8 seconds off my time. Purely based off what the car was telling me. So overall, this experience is so much better. Because again, I know I say this a lot, but I'm going to say it again and try and hammer it home. I do not like GT3 cars. And it's nothing personal against the cars. It's just all of the forms of racing that are out there, GT3 falls towards my bottom because I like cooler, more unique cars. I even like some slower cars better. But GT3 is like the relatable production street car turned race car. You know, that's what GT cars are. And for me, it's cool. I like them, but they're just some of my lesser favorite cars. So when they don't drive good, I really don't want to drive them. But now they drive incredible. So the driving of them now is so good that I don't really care what the car is that I'm driving anymore. You know? I'm over it. I'm having fun driving the car. You know? Try the M4? Okay. Test wet tires and rain. Okay. All right. It's not a bad one. Out of curiosity, folks, what is the overall feedback people are saying? Other streamers, people who have gotten a chance to play the game who aren't streaming it. You know, what is the because I mean, I'm jumping in like the Discord every once in a while just to see what some of the comments are. And so far, everything looks pretty positive, which is so refreshing. Because I had to eject myself from the Discord, but I'm like, well, I'm missing out on some information. So I went back in the Discord, and I've just stayed away from it, you know? They did fix the downshift protection. I did test that, Matthew. You're late to the ball, but thanks for being here. For very first thing I did. Here, you know what? I'll show you since a little bit of times went by, and I do love my LMDHs. So this was not in the patch notes, and I stumbled upon this. I just want you to see if you notice anything, Matthew. I think I got into second gear. I don't even know if I think I revved it up. I think I probably just gave it away, but it is what it is. The downshift protection is fixed, and it's, oh god, it's so much better now. So much better now. This is clearly the GT3s and the LMDHs are hands down the best they've been in this game so far. So anyway, just take a listen, sir. Oh my god. Sounds. They have abilities over me. Cars like this are why I don't care about GT3s, by the way, guys. No, it's not the stalling. I'm going to put up a clip because I have to wonder how many people will or will not notice. The audio of the Cadillac is completely different now. It sounds so much more real to the real car. Listen to that lack of shift protection, baby! Oh my god, as much as I love the GT3 feeling now, I get right back in this thing and I'm just like, pig and shit time! Yep, I need a Cadillac LMDH livery. I need my own. Who I gotta pay? Oh, all right, we finally lost it. Normally I add some wing to the LMDHs for Nords for that particular reason right there. But, Matthew, did you hear that car? I'm going to make a video. Because here, let me play some footage for you. Some stock footage. I've recorded so many clips. Where we at? Where we at? Where we at, though? Where we at, though? So I click the record button every once in a while. So let me know if you guys can hear this difference. I sure as shit know I can. But let me know if you guys can hear this audio difference. This is the previous LMDH audio. That was the old one. Listen to this. This is what I recorded today. Old. New. Old. New. That's this guy. That's this guy right here. That sound goes hard. Hard. Sounds like it's doing 2K RPM more. Exactly. And that was my sound issue with the Cadillac LMDH in this game. They got the tone right, but it was like it was the wrong motor from an RPM and pitch standpoint. Whereas LMU had the wrong tone. It didn't sound like a Cadillac motor, but it had the right pitch and the right RPM sound. Now, we got them hybrided together to make that noise. That sounds amazing. I'm telling you guys. The sound guy, the sound team at Straight 4, when they nail the sound, they nail the sound. That sounds incredible. But yeah, the lack of downshift protection, as much as fun as I just had, this is what I'm talking about though, right? How I like faster cars in general, driving them, more unique cars. I've had nothing but a blast with the GT3s. Nothing but a blast with the GT3s. 10 out of 10 improvement. As soon as I got in that Cadillac, I forgot about the GT3s. So I understand, though, that these cars are not for everybody, and a lot of people like the GT3s. So the great thing is, we've got both, boys. So it just so happens that if you factor in the sound of this car right now, it's got my favorite packaged LMDH experience. Again, sound is a big portion of that. And I think the best driving GT3s so far. Tomorrow morning stream, by the way, I'm going to be doing a thorough comparison of all the same 6 sims that I constantly compare. I'm going to be focusing on the best GT3 experience. Because right now I'm saying it's this game, because I do believe that. I cycle through these games a lot. However, sometimes I remember things incorrectly. So I like to do breakdowns of every single thing. So I'm going to save PMR for last in the comparison, and I'm going to run through all the sims, throwing different scenarios at it for GT3s, and then I'm going to get back to PMR, and we're going to see how it compares, and if I still think it's number one. Because I would say before, without doing a previous test, that ACC, iRacing, LMU were better GT3 experiences. Potentially Rensport, but only because, I mean, it's an arcadey experience. But bottom line is it was more fun to me. That would be my reasoning for putting it above PMR, even though it's less real feeling. It was just more fun. But objectively speaking, LMU, iRacing, and ACC were better GT3 experiences than PMR prior to this patch. Now, I do genuinely think it has the potential for taking the pole position. But I have to compare them all back to back to back to back to back, or else I'm just pissing in the wind in terms of using my words. So that'll be tomorrow morning stream. We're going to be doing a lot of PMR streaming the next 2 days. Oh, baby, baby. I'm having a good time. Oh, man. I have a hard time believing that any streamer that's been sim racing for a while now couldn't pick this game up right now and give it an honest shake and not enjoy it. I truly think that if they hated this experience, then they're lying to themselves and the audience. It might not be their favorite experience. I'm not saying by any means it's their favorite, but there is no way in hell they are telling themselves the truth when they say they would hate this experience, because there's nothing to hate about this. So I'll be very interested to see where the game is at right now. This is 100% on an uphill climb now. 100% we're on an uphill climb with this game. We were downhill and downhill and downhill for a minute there. The last patch, I think, plateaued us, and this patch has put us in the northern direction. We're going up. All right, so the other recommendation was the BMW M3. So let's get in the BMW GT3, sorry. And let's try that one out. Go with the OG colors, because that's what we're going to do. I would really like to see someone beat the AI at 100% at Sebring with the GT3 cars. I'm sure someone could. I don't know if they could do it in 5 laps from the back like I was trying, but I'm sure there are guys that could put up faster lap times than what they did. I'm very, very, very average on Sebring, and that's a default car. So if you put in someone like Kenobi's setups and someone who's a far better driver than me, I feel like they could close that gap completely and then outrun them. But it's going to take consistent, hard work driving, something that I am not capable of doing. All right, so let's take this car for a rip. I was going to say lap and rip, and we'll take it for a lip. I think I know what you want me to drive this car to. Heaviest GT3. Let's see how she feels, boys. Let's see how she feels. All right, I just want, real quick, before I make this lap, what's your feedback of my feedback? I know, right? It's almost like fourth wall breaking when it comes to asking a question. What do you guys think of what I think? Am I putting you in a good mood? Am I doing the opposite of that? Are you excited? Are you less excited because I like it? Sometimes that makes people mad, because if I like something, that must mean it's easy. What's your opinion? I'm just curious. I always like to know. Your feedback is you can't race on this game anymore? Well, how is that your feedback? Why can't you race on it? Interior sound is definitely way better on the M4 than the exterior. This is interior. That one's bonnet sounds good. I mean, rear doesn't sound bad, it just sounds too muffled. Alright, let's go. Oh, TC at 3. Oh. Oh, you have a massive steering bug? Got it. This is actually the first front-engine car I've driven so far today. Yeah, she definitely feels heavier. Gotta drive it differently. I'm curious if this is all front-engine cars or it's just particular to this one. Define did patch fix replays. I don't know what's wrong with them. I'm on PC though, so keep that in mind. If you're referring to saving replays on console, there was no mention of it, so I'll leave that for someone who has a console though to be able to better answer it. Whoop. I need a little more seat time driving the front engines. Whoa, whoa, oversteer. But savable. You know, I didn't want to say it before, because I don't like offending people. Believe it or not. Especially when I like them. But now that this is out, and this is the driving experience of the GT3s, I can, in good confidence, not be worried about offending the devs when I say the previous iteration of GT3s sucked. Because this is incredible. So, well done. Well done. Carry on. I like it. Too much gas, kicks out sideways, choke up on throttle, counter steer, and I save it. Ah, love it. Let me turn TC to 1. TC saved me there. I want to see how less TC is handled so I can do a bit more of my own saving. I mean, if you're a fan of this car, I think this car is solid. I've never been a fan of the M4 GT3 because it's a BMW, honestly. All new BMWs are soulless to me. And that's not like a personal thing. I've had BMW Super Sports. And I had a 2015 S1000. BMW 200 horsepower super sport bike. Loved it. The new ones, hate them. Any character the old bikes have are gone. And that's what just all BMWs kind of feel like to me now. Lack of character, lack of soul. But as a driving experience is concerned, this is solid. I have no complaints. But it's a BMW to me. Alright, next thing I'm going to do is test weather. Keep in mind, guys, I have no experience with weather in this game. Farm sim. All right, let's test weather now. All right, let me read some comments and then we'll jump into the weather. All right, so let's see. Honest, excited, good. Refreshing to see someone enjoying the game. I am. This is me being me. Yeah, console can't access replays or save them. Menu is frozen since launch day. I believe that is still not in the game. I don't know though. Again, I'm not on console. I'm on PC. So have not been able to save replays on Xbox. Okay. So far, I will say that in today's stream alone and previously, but in today's stream in particular, the only requests I've seen are join in progress, which for me is number one next. Like where we're at with this game. The next update, in my opinion, however long it takes to implement, should have join in progress. And then also the replay system for the console guys is a requested one. Does it affect me? No, but I'm not the only person playing the game. And console players right now are a bit of a priority because actively repair both games or update, patch, whatever the wording is, both PC and console versions. Consoles are your surviving user base right now, so they should take a little bit of priority. However, keep on working with the PC stuff. I've been playing PC the whole time. I have been having a solid experience the whole time. There are people who complain about bugs that I have yet to experience to this day. The throttle thing I have never experienced. I don't care who tells me how many times there's a problem. I cannot experience it. And it's like this I tell everybody all the time. Friends, customers, people who are watching me stream, whatever. Your experience should be your dictating opinion. If you have never experienced something, then, you should always keep your mind open to opinions and experiences of other people. However, if you've never experienced something and someone else has, they probably have a more valid opinion than you. However, if you and someone else have both experienced the exact same thing and have differing opinions, your opinion is always going to be the authority to you. And it should be. It's your experience. So, for example, if I'm building somebody a motorcycle and I have done something my way for years and it has worked out 100% of the time, and someone else who tries to do it my way, their experience says it does not work out. To me, you are not going to convince me ever that I am wrong because my experience has dictated my opinion. So for me on the throttle, I'm not saying other people have not experienced a throttle issue. But what I am fundamentally and factually saying is that my experience with my pedal set in this game has been good since day one. The things Jimmy Broadbent complained about, the things Dave Cam complained about, I have not been able to personally duplicate with my hardware on my PC. That is my experience. Am I saying that to discredit their experience? No, that is not what I'm saying. I am just saying that no matter how many people tell me it's a problem, it is not affecting me in any way, shape, or form. And I've done multiple times today the blipping thing in high gear, low RPM. The car does exactly what I would expect it to do in real life. So I don't know. Past that. Anyway, moving on. That was a bit of a tangent. I don't know why I even got on that tangent, but I did. So let's back away. Focus back on chat. Car sounds great now. Cool. Did it sound not good before, dummies? This M4? I honestly don't know. Put some music back. I'd say GT3s feel a bit more difficult, but have a lot more feel, so it feels more fair when you mess up. The ironic part, Smokey, is that I think the cars are easier to drive now because they feel more authentic. The tires are telling me things that I understand. Before, I did not understand them. That's why in the Dave Cam video, I agreed with him. When he was driving the M4 around in this game, and he was talking about how it felt weightless, and I agreed with everything he said because I hated the way the GT3s felt in this game. Now they feel real. Because of that, any experience that I've had in real life driving any level of car, I'm now getting that sensation from the game, and I understand it. So for me, it's easier. But I do agree, if you drive the cars more recklessly, you can crash them a lot easier now. But that's also realism, and I agree with it. But yes, I do agree with what you're saying. Again, another tangent. Look on Discord, EJ. I will when I can, Matthew. I have a 2016 Ford 28i Sport and love it. Good, good. Don't ever listen to me if I say I don't like a BMW, don't ever let my opinion influence your opinion on a BMW. If you like BMWs, continue to like them. Have I given my opinion on taking away GT3 tire types? I have, and I approve. A simplified tire model is always more welcome. It puts the focus more on racing and less on how do I set my car up for this? Am I doing it right? Am I doing it wrong? I don't know. Let's get in the car and do some racing. That's what racing should be. And if you look at LMU, you look at iRacing, two of the bigger ones out there, you don't have a selection of tires. Has anyone called you a shill yet? If not, I'll do it just for balance. They have not, but consider us balanced. It's funny how you can only be a shill or a hater. Nothing in between. I bought the game today after watching you, so it better be good. Listen, Dillinger, don't you put that on me. Don't you put that on me. All right, I'll check Discord quickly, Matthew, and then I'll try the wet tire stuff. Actually hysterical, Matthew. I have never seen that before, but that's hysterical. I would just turn the wheel off. I mean, I have my wheel turned off, but I don't know why I'm yelling. That's hysterical. Yeah, Matthew, my recommendation is, if the bug is not fixed, my recommendation is turn the wheel off anyway, but that's actually pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. All right, let's get back in the Corvette, because that's the one I want. I think I have to drive them all more, but I think the Corvette's my new fave. Ooh. The Spark car I kind of like because it's C5-ish. Yeah, we're going to get in the Spark livery. I like that one. I like it. Works perfectly. Perfect. I like to hear it. You reloaded the game and now it's fine. Perfect. Glad to hear it. What's going on, AJ? About time I recognized the vet. I've always liked the car. I just hated the GT3s in this game. Now I love them. I don't know if I love them enough to be my primary driving car, but I now know that when I'm going to drive a GT3, I'm going to step myself into the old C8 Stingray. I wouldn't necessarily call it a Stingray, but still. All right, wet weather. Where are we at? Rainfall. Let's try light rain first. AJ, have you had a chance to try the game yet? I'm going to use the bathroom quick, and then we're going to get into it. I do need to accurately test weather in this game because that's a big part of reviewing it. Alrighty. Holding that one for a while. Alright, let's try this cold weather thing. Or, sorry, rain, not cold weather. Yeah, we got a very, very nice new patch today, AJ. That's why I'm streaming. I would probably be sleeping still. Well, maybe not sleeping, but at the very least, waking up and drinking a coffee and not playing video games, but here we are. Vehicle setup. Does it automatically put wets on? Yes, it does. Okay. Basic principles of sim racing. Check. Automatically applies the right tires. So we're going to leave the TC on for now, for obvious reasons. Yeah, we're sitting on, if you look on my wheelbase, this button right here, just so you know, or not button, so right on the right-hand side of my screen is the TC indicator. So I am going to actually remove this, by the way, from this grid. Now that my shift light works, I'm getting rid of this off the screen. I just don't like it. I have a screen, so it tells me all the information I need. That being said, though, pay attention to the right-handed side of my display here. That will be TC flickering. Whoa! Okay. We are floaty. My problem is I don't have a whole lot of experience in rain in general and other sims, so I can't really give you an honest review of if this is proper or not. I can tell you in real life, but I also don't race in the rain in real life. We just don't race. But obviously in motorsport racing, where you're tied to a schedule, you don't really have a choice. You race whether or not, rain or shine. This doesn't feel bad, though. quick adjustment, getting used to it. This is the light rain one, so I'll try heavy rain after this too. Woo! For the hell of it, let's turn TC off. Just see how the car drives without electronic assists. Can't even roll into the throttle in a straight in third. Oh, yeah. All right. Like, I want to be able to spin out like that. That's what, in my opinion, what it should be. Realistically, in the rain, you want to rely on, Oh! I hurt my wrist. This game is in such... I will say, guys, the last patch we got was solid. It fixed a core fundamental problem. But this is the best patch I think I've experienced so far. Like, by a good amount. I'll be honest with you. They cooked. Yeah. Rain's tough. All right, let me try heavy rainfall. Let's put us in worst case scenario. My nose got itchy out of nowhere. Someone must be talking shit. All right. Heavy rain. Or rainfall, I guess. I'll have to get on a different track, AJ. 2 laps to warm up the tires on Nords is a little insane. I will be playing tonight. Oh, yeah. This is some heavy rain now. Oh, boy. Oh, mama. That wasn't a false start, you tool bag. We're just sitting on TC. I have an idea. This feels similar to light rain, but there's also, typically in light rain, if you get enough cars driving over it, you'll get like a bit of a dry patch, so you'll find a better line to follow. Whereas I don't know if that's going to happen in the heavy rainfall one. But right there with no one in front of me, I have the feeling that's going to feel pretty much the same. I want to try this, though. Where is it? I want to see what nighttime looks like in this game now. Nighttime's always looked pretty rough in this game. So I want to see winter, hot, midnight. Well, that, yeah, Ro, in my opinion, that's been all GT3s in the game so far. In general, I did not like the tire model. Did not like it whatsoever. Now it feels fantastic, so nice little bonus for the day. Light refracting is getting a lot better, I'll say that. Overall, I still think there's too much exposure. It's got the this sort of like look of a lot of moonlight. You could call it overexposed or whatever, but that would be my complaint about the lighting in the game right now. Like nighttime, I mean. I do think at least other patch before this one, I do think the overall lighting at nighttime looked better on console. It was darker. It's a lot more overexposed on PC. But this looks good. I don't really have any real complaints about this. You could just make the argument that it's a very moonlit night, right? Because if you look up, look at the sky. The sky is relatively bright for... Are there aliens up there? What is that? I don't know what any of that is. Alright, let's see. Let's get out of this. And I want to see what, like, 6 a.m. looks like. Might have to go like 9 a.m. I think on Nords for winter time to get some level of sunlight. Alright, let's see. I don't care about the timer. Give me my false start. I look forward to learning this car on Nords better so I can really push the times. Please be aliens. Explains why some people are so fast. Nope, can't lock. I was wondering if you could lock right there. You can't. Oh! Uh-oh. Oh, I stalled. Hold on. Hold on. I can't be driving Nords. Here we go. A little too loud. Every once in a while when a jam comes on, my brake pedal is starting to stick. I gotta do some greasing. Alright, here we go. Come on. Let's go, music. I need my pump. That is not the way to go for a pump. Good job, Cole. Stalled again. All right. Focus up. My God, Oh, what's going on now? It is cold winter. I gotta remind myself of that. It's not summer anymore. Why is my mouse over here? There's nothing more gratifying than when you can save the car. So many sims just do not let you ever save the car. AJ, I cannot confirm nor deny anything. Oh, you son of a biscuit eater. What do you mean by where are the lights? Right there is a big one. Big light right there. It's sunrise. I gotta do it one more time. AJ, since you haven't seen it yet. This was a nice little surprise that was not mentioned in the update. I want to see if you can feel it. Or I think you probably already heard it. We need some good liveries here. Go blue. Alright, what's the next test, by the way? Well, they did fix shift protection, but listen. This is more of a use all your senses test. It's interesting, I actually can't start it right now. She got an audio buff. All right, who's ready to play? Should I get some lobbies going? Just so we can all give it an old college try, or... Oh. Sex in the mouth right there, boys. That's my review. Sex in the mouth. All right, let's see what we got going here. Multiplayer. Grease those pins. Custom lobby. I see Metz has got one going. Let's see. On Spa, what's he got for classes? Just the GT3. I want LMDH in there too, so. This. All right, I'm gonna do LMDH and GT3s. Authentic, damage, yada, yada, yada. We'll start on... Daytona. Oh, we don't want that. Aw, that's mean. That's mean, AJ. Has anybody seen what he's had to say about it? Is he liking it, or...? I want to get in the Cadillac. Duh. Just for this round. I'll give this a shot. If we don't really get any traction with this, I'll go back to testing things. I'm down for either. You know? I am gonna have myself a quick yogurt though for breakfast, since I've had nothing. Well, Halo, Smokey. I'll let it go for a couple more minutes, and then we'll give it a shot. All right, we'll run it like this. Oh, I'll probably do one quick run with the LMDH just to feel it out on Daytona, and then I'm going to switch over to GT3 for a bit. Since today's patches focus is GT3, obviously. The last one was LMDH, but it had a couple things I didn't like about it, and they've addressed those things. So now I would like to try those things out. I'm still going to be more of an LMDH person than the GT3s, but now at the very least, I like the GT3s. Alright, so let's see. I'm so pumped this is good, man. I am so pumped. This game is in a great place right now. So let's see. Vehicle setup. Let's do this. Just fix that now. I think we're going to run everything else default. Save setup. Oh, come on. All right. Old tires. gotta figure out the bus stop in this car. A little rough. Thank you, AJ. Not sure which one you're referring to, but thank you. I feel like I really should stick to fourth right there. Third is just too slow. Oh! Caught the sausage. Lost the front end. I was expecting to lose the rear end, not the front end there. It does seem like we still have this bug, though. Alright, good enough for me, though. I'll take that for now. Smokey and Matthew, how you guys making out so far? Next race, I'll jump into a GT3. Nope. Spectator curse. Like I said, spectator curse. Down for the next race? Cool. You want to do GT3s? That's what I was going to jump into. Just run Smokey. As far as the fuel for the race, just run whatever default is. That's all I'm going to do. Yeah, what AJ said is the right answer from what I said. All right. Use the bathroom one more time while you guys finish qualifying. All right, let's get it. So what do we think so far? Your limit's 160. I mean, that's fairly normal for GT3s on Daytona. God damn, that sounds good. I am. I always will be, AJ. I can't even begin to explain how much money I've spent in my life on exhaust systems. Chasing the perfect sound for everything I've ever had. My brake pedal is really bothering me right now. It's sticking. Not sticking down, but it's like notchy. I gotta grease it. Whoa! That was interesting. Cadillac's a little harder to drive than some of the other ones. Going on, DK? You available? Saved by TC. I'm going to put a poll up in chat after this race. Bus stop is the hardest part about driving this car right now. I got a half second out of the bus stop right there by itself. 136.4, I'll take that. Notice how I'm finding time by more aggressively downshifting? That was where shift protection was killing me. That had nothing to do with shift protection. That had everything to do with just being a bad driver. Oh well. That had the potential to go 135 if I could nail the bus stop. We gotta fix this issue. Oh. Good job, boys. Good job, boys. Oh, man, I had my 135. Oh, well. Blew it. Folded under my own pressure. All right, polls up, folks. Go vote in the chat. Are we liking 1601? So much better now? Smokey, good. Good. I would like, as much as I'm having a blast, I do want other people to pretty much across the board like it, because I think that, let me see, let me change the track. Making you eager to try, get influenced? Well, isn't that technically what you call someone who does what I'm doing right now? A quote-unquote influencer? Please don't call me that. I absolutely hate that. I think it's the, like, shit's toxic. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, we lost one. The title fits. Yeah, we don't need a lot of guys, so if I'll give it one more minute. I'm not trying to have a full pack of people here. I'm just doing stuff to, you know, kill a little bit of time. Like I said, we're gonna be doing this for about another 4 hours. We're already halfway into this stream. We're going to shut it down at 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, and then we're going to go back up at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And, same thing again tomorrow, except tomorrow we'll be back to our regular time. Looking forward to watching me in a GT3? Aw, shucks. Thank you, sir. We'll see how I do with a crowd, though. It's really easy to look good when you're solo lapping. Alright, I'll ready her up. Yeah, I'm actually finding before this patch, I like the the front engine cars more. After the patch, I like the mid-engine cars more. But I haven't driven them all yet, so grain of salt there. Look at that, we're getting some people in here, boys. I'm influenced by the Corvette, because I typically like the Mustang and the Corvette, because I'm American. Doesn't mean I don't like the other cars, but, you know, I'll have my retirement Corvette at some point in my life. It depends, I would recommend getting a PC first. But your simulation experience is going to increase more with a better wheelbase than a PC. But you're going to have access to so many more things. Let me do a little brief setup here. And by setup, I mean I'm still driving the default car. I just want to change my default TC to 3. Honestly, the car drives so damn good, I don't even know where to start. Like, this is going to be one of those things where Kenobi's going to have to make something solid, because... Why is that odd? Those are nice cars. Eagles. Cold tires. Calm it down, Evan. It's only an outlap. As of right now, I absolutely prefer this over ACC. Prior to this patch, I preferred ACC for the GT3s over this. But we reverse course here. Whoa, outlap, Evan. Calm it down. What's going on, Sora? I'm loving it. Absolutely loving it. Looks like overall, sentiment is pretty positive. I don't know what other streamers or whatever are thinking at the moment. I haven't looked at anything. I've been just playing the game and having fun. 10 out of 10 update. I have a shift light. Telemetry is now fixed for me. As you can see, Sora, on my wheel. Never had that before. Whoop. I'm always looking for bugs, Sora. Become a pastime for me. This is only the second lobby, by the way. I've been doing all single player today. AI is great now, or at least better. GT3s are obviously better. So far, I haven't seen any issues in the lobbies yet, but like I said, it's only the second one. Ugh. Hey. Grandpa driving in. I hear you, Eagles. I hear you. Always appreciate the reports. I'll always give them. Did you know that there will be a patch today when you had the poll on yesterday's stream? Because I voted next month and was surprised when I woke up today. What I will say is I need my lawyer present to answer any questions. I'm just kidding. I have a magical crystal ball. Overpowered. I'm oversteery. The whole time the rear of the car is out because I'm pushing. Yeah, well, like I said, I think you're going to start seeing patches be, I don't want to say more impactful, but feeling like they do more because, like, for example, the last patch, while it was probably the most important patch because it helped really, really stabilize the server side things, and that was mandatory, but feature-wise, like, this one feels like way bigger and better of a patch, which, from a progress standpoint of the game, it is. But from an important standpoint, the last patch was more important. So I mean, I was getting a little understeer here and there, but for the most part, this car dives really well in the turns. Really balanced. I really like how you'll push the nose a little, but then the ass sort of rotates the car a little on its own under braking. I agree, Oil Slick. Once we get Join in Progress, man, this game is in a great place. I mean, it's already in a great place, but, you know, Oversteer right there. But it's good oversteer. I like it. The car's rotating. I can tell you, once we get join in progress, that's it. My leagues are on like Donkey Kong. Only reason I need that feature is so when I host a lobby for the league, if one single person, fails to connect, they can just rejoin and we're good. Rather than having to start a whole lobby over again to get all the league players in, God, this just drives incredible. It's like you're wrestling with the car. The best way I can explain this is it's an old school kung fu movie where the choreography is so good that they're sort of ad-libbing the fighting while making it look legitimate. I don't know if you guys know much about kung fu, but like legitimate kung fu, typically they slow down their actual movements so the cameras can capture it more clearly. And I don't mean like they slow motion it because they're not talented. I mean like they're so talented that they actually have to fight at a slightly lower speed for the cameras to be able to see everything. But anyway, this feels like a kung fu movie where we're just sort of in sync without being told what to do by a choreographer. It's just a good feeling. Did anything I say make any level of sense? Oh, not first, Evan. Not first. Ah! It made some level of sense. I was a big Jackie Chan fan growing up, so all of his like legit Chinese movies, not his American movies. Those American movies too, but Meals on Wheels, or Wheels on Meals, technically. That movie had one of the best fight scenes. Jackie Chan versus Benny Urquidez. Benny the Jet Urquidez. Oh! No! Go, bitch, go! Thank you, Matthew. Or Smokey. Matthew or Smokey, whoever that was that let me buy twice. Thank you. I don't think I'm going to go get Bill. I think he's too far away. Blood and Bone was definitely good. Oh, spoke too soon. But, it's not old school Kung Fu, man. Undisputed, I like better than Blood and Bone. Nice race, Bilston. Nice race. We each got one solid flub right there. Let me see here. Let me read some of these comments. Yeah, oh yeah, that reminds me, Sora. The random cars on track that you bring that up. Reading comments. Yes, sir. What was I gonna say? Oh, the spa, especially in the back marker area or the back stretch area. Last night there was a ghost car on track that was actually taking out cars. You could see the shadow of it on the ground. You could see it on radar, but you couldn't see the car. And if you hit it, it would total your car or heavy damage your car. That and the starting line of Zolder. There's some things that pop up on radar when you're passing by. In fact, let's do Zolder, since you're watching. Oh yeah, let me do this too. Let me switch this. But, Drunken Master was fantastic. So was Legend of Drunken Master. Both of them were solid. I was a little more partial to Legend of Drunken Master simply because it was a later film and you could clearly see that there was a lot more budget in it. But because by then, Jackie Chan started to get his, like, legitimate credentials going. But, yeah. Big Kung Fu fan. Big samurai fan. There are so many medias that I love. Movies, TV shows, video games. PMR still way beyond any reason to be a sim. The new GT3 are pathetic. Right. Yeah, I don't know why. He didn't say anything. So, I don't... That's weird. Why does PMR have such bad ratings on Steam? I don't know. I don't really look at Steam ratings, to be honest with you, because I find that I most of the time fundamentally disagree with a lot of them. I make my own conclusions. Always. But yeah, there's nothing pathetic about the new GT3s. I don't know where that comes from. You might not like them, and that's fine. But calling them pathetic, I think, is just off the mark. Anyway. Okay, you know what? Let's do this. How to fix these. Confirm that that is secured. Look, you've driven them. Okay. Well, I guess that settles it. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, Steam ratings are usually always from release day of games. Oh, that's definitely it. Oh, maybe not. Maybe that wasn't a track cut. Got it. I'll take it then. Oh, never mind. This is Outlap. Never mind. Yep. Great driving, sir. Let's just get that out of the way. I didn't like where that was. Yes, the new tire model is very noticeable, and it is substantially better. Substantially better. I feel like I'm actually having a conversation with a car while driving and not having this weird sliding animation. Gotta wait 9 hours? Yeah, it sucks. You won't be, So far, it looks like, for the most part, people are liking it. I'm sure there's gonna be the people that don't like it. The people that want to be tortured. You know how much I don't like driving GT3 cars in any sim. They're not that interesting to me. This is refreshing. Chorus was mixed. That's fine. It's like I tell everybody, don't listen to me, don't listen to him, don't listen to anybody. Try it for yourself, and if you like it, that is your opinion. If you don't like it, that is your opinion. Your own personal experience should always be the dictator in your own mind. Oh, missed a shit. Should have grabbed second. Should have grabbed second. All right. Should have grabbed second. I would oil slick without knowing the answer to that. Also, you're not asking me, so it's really none of my business. But I would say I don't see tire compounds coming back for the simple reason that if you look at your major sim titles, they don't have compounds like that. That's very much a like Gran Turismo-y thing. Hards, medium, softs. I understand those tires exist in real life, but LMU is all mediums. iRacing, you just have dries and wets. Those are your choices in iRacing. You know, and people, I mean, I would still say iRacing is the benchmark of sim racing, regardless of how you feel about it. Sora's too busy chasing ghosts on track to know about what's going on with tires. Right, Sora? Wonder if Le Mans will come to this game? I'm pretty sure Le Mans is on the docket for end of the last map coming to this game. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Le Mans is on the docket. Ghostbuster? Exactly. I mean, here's my opinion. Agree or disagree, totally fine. I prefer a simplified tire model. Is it raining? I need wets. Is it dry? I need dry tires. That's it. Or I need slicks, is whatever. But, you know, that's it. I don't want to have to sit there and go, what chess game do I have to play with my tire selection today? No. I just want to get in the car and do some racing. You know? And realistically, Sora, that's the way it should be. That is your specialty, and that's where, you know... Thanks for the sub, Dopey. Or Smoky Dopey. Whoa! I'm just going to hit the brakes now because you can't win in turn one. Wow. Still pushed off. Man. What the hell is wrong with you guys? I'm literally letting you guys pass me so I don't get hit, and you're still hitting me. Jesus. Mary and Joseph. Alright, this is not the lobby I want to be in, so I'm just going to retire. If I got hit that many times before halfway into lap 1 on Zolder, I'm going to watch. You've made it quite clear. We don't want a clean race, so I'm going to watch. I'm going to enjoy the stream. I'm pretty... I don't know, but I would imagine they would be. Yeah, AJ, I don't know what half that driving was about. That was ridiculous. Like, way too ridiculous. Don't know why. Like, even in turn one, I'm like, alright, I know how this is gonna go, so I pull over to the inside and let everybody pass, and I still get hit. I mean, I guess we can blame the new tires. No one knows how to use them yet. Even though I think they're, you know, essentially a better communicative tire, but... I will say, I think we are a couple of small updates away from this being my top game to play from a racing standpoint. I now think that, I mean, I haven't jumped in the GTEs in a while, but I now think that, I do think a couple of, like, the older cars, a couple of them, not a lot, not like a clean, like, this class got a clean sweep for an update. But I mean, like, for example, the GT1 class. The GT1 either needs to be harder to drive, or the rest of the class needs to get easier to drive. So it can be on pace with the GT1. Whichever direction they choose to go, I'm fine with. I don't really care. I don't think that either, like, I don't think the GT1, what is, dude, what? This is bumper cars, man. Dan Strong, thank you for the sub. What I was going to say, though, is that I don't think either one is too easy or too hard. So if they choose to buff all of the other cars and make it compete and be a little... The biggest thing I noticed with the GT1 over the other cars is that the rear end is a lot more planted. It's a lot harder to get oversteer, so you can really push it. So either make the rest of the class like the GT1, or nerf the GT1 so it has the same oversteer issue as the rest of the cars. Either way, I'm okay with it. Whichever decision gets chosen to be made. I think the class is fun. If I drive any one of those cars by themselves, I think they're fun. So they just need to be balanced better. The GT class seems pretty popular. It's not my cup of tea, but it seems to be a pretty popular class, so I don't know if I would necessarily make any changes to that. I really think right now, outside of, like I said, a couple small changes on some cars, the game is in a really good point for the way the cars drive throughout all the classes. Oh, there we go. More punting. Look at this shit. Oh my god. This is hysterical. But I very much think that the cars are getting to a point of where each class offers something a little bit different. There's a nice wide range. Obviously, the DLC... Dude, this is insane. What is up with this lobby? I don't feel bad about bouncing out halfway into the first lap. Watching the racing that I'm seeing right now is like... Oh, hold on, this Lambo. The Lambo's had some real aggressive smashes. Look at him. He's trying. Who is that? gonna keep my eye on this guy. See if he's just learning or if it's intentional. If he's learning, it is what it is. You can't punish someone for learning. But someone who's trying to smash people, well, that doesn't look like a smash, so maybe he's just learning. But yeah, I think the cars are getting into a really good place in the game right now. I think bugs are slowly being worked out. Every patch feels better. A lot of guys weren't watching this morning, but I did test out the AI. I have 2 videos that I'm going to edit when I get offline. You may be trying to use your setups of the new GT3 physics. It's possible. But I tested out the AI with GT3 on Sebring. 100% pretty much kicked my ass. I was in dead last place. 75%, I drove from 32nd up to 23rd. And the fastest lap set by an AI was like 0.4 of a second faster than my fastest lap. So as far as I'm concerned, 75% for at least my skill set in the GT3 was a really good place for me to compete. 100% was too fast. But the AI, when I made mistakes and drifted towards the AI, they would evade me. So I think I have to do more testing, but as of the 3 or so attempts I had with the AI, I think this is the best the AI has felt so far. Now, we'll see what happens as time goes by with this update, you know, if people start finding flaws in them. Mind you, I only drove the GT3 class with AI. There were very little mistakes. They did make a couple mistakes, but not a whole lot. All right, let's switch tracks. Hey, let's do Sebring. I'll give it a minute to give anybody a chance to get in or out. Oh, we got eagles. We gained an eagle. Oh, we got Kenobi in here. He's just going to run through everybody now. The limited lobbies I had where I was winning, I have the feeling those days are already behind us. LMDHs feel better with this update. They got rid of the invasive shift protection. They've at least made it so you have more control, which is, in my opinion, the way it should be. Like, I do think it should be authentic. And I don't know what the exact shift or downshift protection parameters are, obviously, in an LMDH. But based off LMU, based off iRacing, based off Race Room, it was in the way in PMR. There's always hope for what, Cool Dog? What did I say? Haven't tried the LMDH since this update. Dude, the new Cadillac audio is incredible. I've already got the footage I need. Already got the footage I need. I'll have a video up this afternoon of the comparison audio. I got a whole bunch of editing to do just from today's update. Oh, there's always hope. Listen. I stay in my lane when it comes to what I do. I know my strengths, I know my weaknesses. My strengths is not being good at sim racing. But if anybody in chat wants to get on some motorcycles, I'll give you all the hit, and I'll take off. That's weird. Okay, so hold on, Sora. That might be an issue. My setup didn't save. Oh, wait. Never mind. Not an issue. I didn't save it. It was the wrong car. EJR base. By base, the only thing is it sets traction control at 3 by default. As long as we get on slow bikes, I'll race you on a road course. I don't want to get on any of my bikes on a road course, that's for damn sure. That's for damn sure. I'd be out in turn 1. No, I was going to say it wasn't saving the setup, but I forgot that was another car I saved the setup for. Yeah, Slick, when it comes to the road racing like that on the big CC bikes, I'll stick to setting them up, not racing them. I'd rather road race cars, if I'm being honest with you. I don't want a road race, but it's weird. I would rather straight line a motorcycle and road race a car, but not the other way around. I have no interest in drag racing a car and no interest in road racing a bike. Because, like, think about it like this. You're road racing a car, right? And let's just say you get a little too much oversteer and the ass kicks out. Most of the time, as long as there's nobody around you, that's no harm, no foul. You spin out, you might go in the dirt, and that's the end of it. A really bad one, obviously, at high speed, you might hit a wall. But whereas on a motorcycle, even at low speed, you lose the rear tire the same way you would lose it in a... I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not paying attention. Fine, it's an outlap. You lose the rear tire on a motorcycle and you low side it. Both the bike is getting totaled and the human being on top of it is getting heavily sustained damage. I shouldn't say heavily sustained damage, but sustained damage. I'm good. Plus, I still want to build my monster Miata. I want a nice 450 to 500 horsepower Miata with an LS in it. Widen the body a little bit. Put some big, wide, meaty tires on all 4 corners. Roll cage. Go to town. Have the super nimble, grippy, you know, 2,200 pound, 500 horsepower car. That would be what I would build right now if anything was an option for road racing. What I can tell you about the difference between a low side and a high side on a motorcycle is they both suck a lot. If you're at any level of speed and you come off your motorcycle, the concrete is never forgiving. So my first accident, I went over the handlebars. Second accident, I low-sided. The first one, Bambi got in my way. I split a deer. I literally split a deer in half. There were 2 pieces of carcass when I went back the next day. What's funny, though, is if you looked at the deer and you looked at my bike, you would assume I was in pieces. I had a broken ankle and a little bit of road rash. I got really lucky with that one. But I made up for it with the second accident when I low-sided. That was a bad one. Kenobi, what did I tell you? What did I tell you? He's still 3 seconds faster than me. I can't tell if that's a ghosted car or not. I think we have one ghosted car. I can't tell. I don't know if he's in the server or not. It's not letting me highlight the car. Yeah, Kenobi is at pace with the AI at 100%. Yeah, maybe it's your connection to me, but I can't even, like, highlight you, Matt. Like, it won't let me... Like, it shows it on the screen like you're disconnected. I don't know. You love this update, can't say it enough, so good. I agree. I agree, man. I absolutely agree. Yeah, okay, if you disconnected, that's why. That's fine then. If you were on track and active while ghosted, that's where, you know... Hey, Sora, if you in chat, when they in the patch notes talk about fix the ghosting issue, was it referred to the cars that were in play racing that were like had the invisible ghosting look? Disqualify. Listen, Slick. Same acronym. They both say DQ, whether you disconnect or disqualify. Both say DQ. I don't make the rules. The game rules, that is. Yes, I get it, but the point is... Never mind. I'm not saying the game is right. I'm just saying I'm playing by the game's rules. If it says DQ, that means disconnect or disqualify according to this game. That's all I'm saying. Etiquette, boys. Etiquette. I'm clipping that. I'm clipping that. Drove the shit around Kenobi. Action movie style. You can just call me Darth Vader. Trying to restabilize, I can't. Oh. I'll follow Kenobi's line here. Sorry, Kenobi. I'm actually really surprised that I still managed to hit him right there. I thought I had plenty of time. I feel like I'm hitting the brakes when he is, or same location, but I can't maintain his line when I hit the brakes when he does. So I don't know if it's like a overall delayed reaction on my part, or setup, or combination of just everything, which is probably the real answer, combination of everything, but... Hey! I shaved 2 seconds off my time following Kenobi. Look at that. The fact that you can save it is just such a good feeling with these cars now. Still can't do anything with Kenobi, though. He's just too good. Oh, that's that. That's checkmate. Tried to brake deep. That did not work. That track limit there is rough. There's really no point in trying to go towards it. Turn 1. Should I be in 4th or 3rd? The left-hand sweeper. I had a half a second found early, and then I lost it all at the end. Can't do 300. 350s have been as deep as I can go without losing it right there. 300 both times. The first 300 I spun out. That one I almost spun out. God damn Kenobi, man. I mean, I found a half a second on mine. I got pretty close to a 1:59.9 if I could complete the lap, but I couldn't put it together. Man's fast. I do agree that they should add a kick feature. I do want to put a list of like small features. How hard they are to implement is a small or large task. I have no idea. But kick feature for host, join in progress for everybody. Yeah, those are two major ones for online play. Alright, let's see. Alright, let's do a Nord's lap. Let's do a single lap on Nord's. I'll give you guys 10 minutes to qualify or to set up your car. KH Motorsport, what's going on, sir? Or ma'am? I've heard inklings though, Soar, that isn't a bulletproof method. I don't block enough people. I think I've only blocked one person. So I don't know. But I've heard that doesn't always work in terms of people are finding their way back in the lobby by like changing their name or something and it's the same account. I don't know how true that is. I'm just speculating. But I have heard that. Is PMR better than it was at launch and works properly? It's night and day compared to launch, and it absolutely works properly. Perfectly? That's a different word. Properly, yes. There's more features they have to add. Still some bug fixes that are some pretty important bug fixes, but overall, yes, the experience is... It doesn't even compare to day one. And thank you for the sub, K&H Motorsport. Appreciate that. Think you'll watch this one? Give it a shot. We have an alien in the lobby here. He self-identifies. As far as the poll goes, let's see. Guys, keep on voting if you're passing through. We have 59 votes in total. Are we liking 1601? 81% says yes, 19% says no. So out of 59 votes, less than 20% of those votes don't like it. So I'm no businessman, except that I own a business, but that's besides the point. To me, percentage-wise, that's a win. Just saying. Because if those numbers were reversed, that's a loss. Now, mind you, that's just a poll in my chat. That does not necessarily mean the entire community's ratio. However, I'd say it's a pretty solid example. No? Yeah, no problem, Sor. I personally have not been in a situation where I have to, like, spam block people or anything like that. But I also don't... I don't know. I don't want to, like, I do think there should be a separate feature for kicking for the simple reason that, let's just say the hypothetical scenario where someone is a pretty bad driver, they're not trying to screw people over, they're just learning and they're pretty bad. Let's just say everybody else in the lobby is a decent driver and one guy's just not good enough. I would prefer the ability to kick that person out of the lobby so they don't interfere with the race without permanently banning them from being able to join my lobbies. You know what I'm saying? Okay, cool. Probably should have just read that before I said that, but... Because there are scenarios where I don't want to block someone forever, but they shouldn't be in this race, you know? Or they have really bad ping, even though I think the ghosting thing at least fixes that from a temporary standpoint. Appreciate the sub, Carson. Thank you. Is it worth the money? Yes, KH. I believe it is worth the money. I will not tell you how to spend your money, but I personally believe it's worth the money. If I didn't own this game at all, but I knew this is what I was going to get, I wouldn't even hesitate to buy it. It wouldn't even be a thought process. I'm going to buy that game today. The next time I have a chance to spend money, I'm buying the game. So... Like, but I'm also coming from the standpoint that I'm also gonna buy Ride 6, which I'm pretty confident I'm not gonna like. But I have to put more than 2 hours in to really test the game out. I'm fairly confident I'm not gonna like it, and it's gonna be a waste of money. But I'm still gonna buy it. So I'm coming at it from that standpoint. I'm getting tennis elbow pretty hard right now. That means I've spent way too much time in this rig. Oh, I'm sure I am. I'm sure the 18 Newton meters on the other side of it, though, is part of why I'm gripping the wheel hard. Whoa! Cold tires, buddy. Cold tires. I've played them all, KH. I play and have them all. Okay, so here's what I'll say, to be more specific. Prior to this tire update for the GT3s, I liked iRacing, ACC, and LMU's GT3 experience better than PMR's. With this tire update, I like PMR better than those. I think iRacing or LMU would be second place right now. Then again, ACC is strong too. But I think ACC is also easier than LMU and iRacing. So, while I typically don't let ease affect my judgment of things, if I believe something is challenging from a realistic standpoint, then I don't mind the challenge. If I believe something is forcing it to be difficult for the sake of creating a challenge, and it does the opposite of immerse me, then I don't like it. But I like LMU's GT3 experience. I like iRacing once you get some level of temperature in the tires. I don't like their like fresh out of the pit cold tires. I think it's extra on the punishing side for the incentive to create difficulty. But iRacing GT3s feel really good when the tires are at temperature. So my best advice, KH, would be to give it a shot. Get the game and give it a shot. If you're on PC, you got 2 hours to make a decision. Although I truly don't believe you can get anywhere near a review for any game inside of 2 hours. Not with an open mind, anyway. Hell, I wouldn't be able to make a video as detailed as I wanted reviewing a game in under 2 hours. Because there's just so much I want to say and talk about, and there's so many classes. Alright, I need to give my arms a rest. Mainly my wrist and my elbow. No, you're good, KH. That's what chat's for, sir. Once you click the subscribe button, which one? I'm in subscriber only mode. You get free reign to ask your questions. So 67 votes, still 81% to 19%. I'd say it's a win, you know? I'd say it's a solid win. I wonder if I should go a little more rear wing for Nords. Yeah, I haven't found any step backwards yet for the update, dummies. Obviously, there's a lot of things that have changed, you know, but so far, you've invested a lot of, yeah. My thing is this, if I haven't put anywhere near as much money in iRacing as, I'm at about $350 in iRacing. And I don't really play it because, you know, for various reasons. So for what this game costs, if you have anywhere near that, I have about 300 hours in this game so far in PMR. A lot of it is frustrating hours. Can't deny that. But a lot of it's fun hours. So I think we're a good amount past the ratio of it feeling like it was 50% fun, 50% struggle. I feel like now we're at probably like more of a 90% fun, 10% struggle. Some of that 10% just being me having a bad day, you know? I agree. The problem is, though, is that you see the way iRacers are with iRacing and how they refuse to accept that there's anything wrong with the game, which to me is crazy. You have to hold accountability to, you know, your tribe, because I always say people are tribal. So if your tribe is iRacing, you have to hold them more accountable than other tribes. If you truly want your tribe to be the best tribe, hold them to a standard, you know? There are many, many, many people who love iRacing who hate the tire model. And then there's the people who love iRacing that think iRacing can do no wrong. Give it a bash when you got the cash. It's a nice little rhyme you got there, too. Yeah, I say that's a solid way to look at it. I would look at it like this. When you are financially comfortable enough to potentially waste $100 on a sim and it not piss you off that much and not affect you financially, that's when I think it's a safe bet to always buy a video game. Because there have been many games that I buy and I keep forever and never play ever again, and I think they suck. You know? But that being said, though, iRacing's business model, you don't own anything. Own a single thing. At least with this game, let's say hypothetically I bought this game today, and this is the game I got, and tomorrow Straight4 goes out of business. The game is no longer getting an update. Well, I have a solid, fun racing game here to play with my friends that I can play whenever I want. Peer-to-peer connectivity. I am the host. Join me and we race. That goes away in iRacing when you don't pay your monthly bill. Imagine iRacing. You have thousands of dollars wrapped up in it, and you don't pay your bill 1 month because you had a bad month, and that $10 or $12 payment was the last thing you need to pay for. All of a sudden, the thousands of dollars that you spent in iRacing, you don't have access to. That's a wild, wild, wild thing. One in which I do not agree with. But a lot of people don't. Agreed, Eagles. Case in point for me would be AC EVO. For the first time just the other day, I enjoyed some stuff in AC EVO. I've had it since day one. The new Dallara EXP in AC EVO, they crushed it with that car. The F2004, which was from a couple patches ago, I think that was patch 0.3, that car's great. But outside of those two cars, there hasn't been a whole lot of action in the game that makes me want to play AC EVO over anything else. To this day, my top three are still this game, Race Room, and AMS2. I'd say AMS2 is still in my #1 spot. They still have the pole, but this game is nipping at its heels. The reason why AMS2 is at pole still is that I 100% like the driving better in this game, in PMR. AMS2 is just very, very polished, lack of any bugs. I'm sure there's still little things here and there, but nothing that gets in your way. And there's a boatload of insane amounts of content. But the driving experience requires a bit of patience. This is an online lobby, KH. I'm hosting an online lobby right now. And you don't have to pay to do it either. Zazzard, but I like PMR. There's no reason not to, in my opinion. Unless you're just one of those people that wants to be in a bad mood, I think PMR is in a really good place. It needs more features for sure. Some pretty basic features in my opinion. One thing that Jester brought up the other day that I agree with is the career mode needs a restart. Meaning when you're in a race and the AI cripples you and kicks you out of the race, or you make a mistake, you have to that's it. You just take the loss. I understand that's like a realism. If you're erring on the side of realism, you don't get a restart. But we're not talking about rewind here like in Forza, where you can just rewind and make your mistake, but you got to restart the race. I do think you should be able to restart the race. But I don't make the rules. Because right now I feel like while the game is getting more balanced as a whole game, there are some things that are like pushed really aggressively in the direction of we want this to be realistic, and there are some things that are pushed really aggressively in the direction of we want this to be inclusive. Well, those also contradict each other. The more you lean into realism, the more you're going to push away a lot of people. So, in my opinion, it is still a video game, no matter how hard you want it to not be a video game. So, get the driving experience and the racing experience as authentic and realistic as possible, and then give the basic features of a video game. So, like a restart button, you know? Because at the end of the day, everything in this is fictional. No one's actually winning any money in career mode. So, what you are losing is time. Real life time. So if I'm 3/4 of the way into career mode, and let's say the game is saved on the, or not 3/4, but I'm at the last race. And if I win the race, I win the championship. If I lose the race, I lose the championship. In my opinion, if I lose that race, I don't want to be stuck with, well, that's it. I wasted all that time and didn't win the championship. I would rather just keep on being able to restart that race until I can win that race. That's just my opinion. It's my opinion, because it's a video game. But I understand the other side of it. Well, we want it to be realistic. You can't just restart a race in real life. I agree. But you can't hit a wall either at 200 miles an hour and just walk away. Yeah, I spent a little bit of time on it earlier today, Kenobi. It feels good. You really feel the tire start to heat up on this track. Like at 120 degrees right now, the tires will have a decent amount of grip, but at those high-speed sweeping turns, you're gonna understeer right off the track. Whereas, you know, when the tires start getting to 150, 160, you really feel the tires start to bite into the track. All right, here we go. Remember, guys, you can't win in turn one. So take it easy. I gotta remember, I'm not an LMDH. I know what I can do in the LMDH right there, and I was watching those cars, and I'm like, wait. I can't do what they can do. Because on the LMDHs, I don't have to choke up right there. I have to downshift and choke up in the GT3. I love that I like now with the GT3s, I actually change around my TC depending on tires, track. Previous GT3 model, I left it at default. At no point did I ever feel like I was really affecting the race with TC. Now I can feel it be too intrusive or not intrusive enough. I like it. I do have to figure out the carousel with the GT3s. That was pretty bad. I'm confusing myself in my head right now between LMDs and this. Like that right there, I go through in third gear in the LMDH, and I go through in second in the GT3, and I tried going through in third right there, and that just didn't work, so I put it in second halfway into it. Old brain doesn't work well. Readjusting to things is not easy for me. I mean, for what it's worth, though, when it comes to tree popping, I don't think I've ever played a video game where popping isn't in it. It's just, you kind of have to accept that that is the reality of video games these days. I can't, I mean, I see it in this, I see it in everything I play. I see it in LMU. Doesn't matter what I play. My favorite single-player game. Oh. 656. So I went 651 in practice. So off the pace a little bit, but good enough. GG Kenobi. I'm officially faster than you. Period. You in your setup car can't touch me in a stock car. What can I say? I'm the best. Joking, people. Joking. A broken clock is right twice a day, after all. Yeah, it looked like you got stuck behind the LMDH that didn't move. That's your opinion, Zazard. I personally don't know what feels Simcade. What do you think feels Simcade about it? The tires are telling me everything to do when I drive the car. So, like, that's like, for example, Simcade to me is Gran Turismo 7, where I have no idea what the tires are doing. No idea. I just kind of have to get used to my inputs. Like, all right, I'm doing XYZ speed into this turn, or in some cases, I'm in this gear at this RPM in this turn. Time to decel, XL, whatever. Whereas in this, I can directly listen to what the car and tires are doing to know what I have to do with my inputs, you know? And that's why I think this is far less Simcade than, say, GT7. But what even are these words we use, man? Arcade, Simcade, simulation, it's all fake. You know? 100% of it's fake. It's pixels on a screen. That's how I look at it. All right, let's see. Some Donington. Rip up some Donington. Definitely skill issue for Kenobi. I agree. The default setups are fantastic. I'm sure you'll be able to pull something out of them, but I do think you're gonna find with, now I could be wrong, but I do think with this these defaults, you're probably gonna find that the range that you're able to get, like what you can get out of the car, is far less, which is the way it should be. You know. I think the MX-5s. I mean, this is it's hard to say. I don't know. How do we prioritize the MX-5s in this game? You know, do we think that the MX-5s need to be a super priority because it's like the barrier of entry car? Or do we think it's not that big a deal because, you know, most people drive GT3s and stuff? Because the MX-5s, I think, need a lot of work, but primarily in setup. Default setup versus the adjustments to what they can do. Because the things that people are doing with those MX-5s in setup is insane compared to how they run, you know. Let's test the tires out a little bit. Let's go hot spring. What's unrealistic, though? I'm still haven't really gotten a question or an answer as to what they don't actually like about the way the cars drive. So you think it feels simcade because it's slippery, which is usually what convinces people is the opposite. People think too much grip makes it feel unrealistic. So this is, see what I'm saying though, guys, in terms of like the conversations and like opinions? People's definitions of what's realistic are different, let alone the perceived, you know, thoughts of that definition in the game. That's why I as much as like realism is like a goal of sim racing, if you care that much about the utter perfection, it's time to go race real cars. You know, that's the reality of the situation. Because every game that exists, I can personally pinpoint something or say something that I think the game does that's unrealistic. You know, it's for me. It comes down to suspension of disbelief. Something is convincing enough that it immerses you to the point where you can just believe it because you enjoy it. You know, where when something gets too ridiculously unrealistic, it suspends your disbelief. Or it, sorry, does the opposite of that. So Turbo, then I raise you the next question would be, what would be your more realistic experience? There are no softs or mediums now, no. It's basically an iRacing model. Wet or slick. That's it. Simplified. Got booted Shamrock. Also ACC model. Jester, what are your thoughts? I personally like this a lot better than ACC right now, and previous to this update, I liked ACC a lot better. Again, my opinion. Happy? Good. Good. Yeah, I did not like the big part of why I didn't drive the GT3s prior to this update was I just did not like the way the GT3s drove in this. I didn't like the feeling of the tires slide before gripping, because your tire has grip first and then goes past the limit and slips. Whereas I felt like in AMS2, you start off sliding and then the tires grip up. And it always just felt strange to me. I did say GT3 cars are boring to me, and this is the first time in a while that I've had fun in GT3s. You know, Oil Slick, you're pretty late to the things I've said all day today. This guy. This guy. But I do think GT3s are in a very good place right now. Now, do I expect them to get modified and changed throughout further updates? Absolutely. Same with the LMDHs, you know? But I do think they're in the best place. Both classes are in the best place they have been, hands down, since this game came out. I think, guys. I think. But yeah, because as much fun as I am having in these GT3s, the second I get in the Cadillac LMDH, I stop caring about GT3s again. But at least now, if I'm forced to drive GT3s, you won't get really pushback out of me, you know? At least not a lot of pushback. Whereas before, I didn't like GT3 cars in general, and I really didn't like them in this. Now I like them in this. So it's at least half of the problem solved. Copied is what is setup. Nice. Is the setup, I assume, for this update? Because I'm very curious to see what, where the setups go with these cars right now. ABS on 1. Was I turning down ABS instead of TC when I was messing with it? Was I not paying attention? Oh, Kenobi, he had to take the pole. Had to take the pole. Notice that nearly all the YouTubers seem to be switching back to AC1. What's your opinion on AC1's main positives? Really good force feedback and good physics, but the game absolutely needs endless amounts of... I shouldn't say endless. It needs all the modding. The base game is just null and non-existent, you know? I'm actually going to add a little rear angle here. Not a lot, just a little bit. See how that feels. All I've done so far, prior to what I just changed on the wing, is lower TC by default. I like 3. That seems to be my happy place. Technically it's 1, but 1 only really works well for me in a very, very hot, warm tire climate. Jesus H. I don't trust his, the Merc right now. I could be wrong. Oh, I will say the LMDHs and the GT3s work against each other for my driving. Damn it. Car in the middle of the track. Oh well. Thanks for the sub, Woodward. Appreciate it. God, I've got to learn GT3s in this track. I am driving like a mope. I think I'm going to get back in an LMD next race. Should have been third. I got to figure out what gears to be in on Donington for this. I don't think I've ever taken a GT3 around Donington now that I think about it. Fucking Christ. I need so much practice with GT3s now. God fucking Christ. Fuck! Now, full 360. Now I'm gonna go back to LMDs. I need a break from GT3s. I have zero line for the GT3s. It's like, it gets frustrating because it's like I gotta learn everything all over again that I've learned with other cars. Because I haven't spent any time with the GT3s. And because they're the most competitive car, I'm like, I kinda have to. But I will say, though, I am still pro LMDH over GT3 when it comes to competition. Like, if I had to pick which one I'd rather be better at, it would be LMDH 10 out of 10 times. They're just more my style. I mean, Group C is technically my mostly my style, but... Doesn't help that I'm also exhausted. I don't know if I like the rear wing I added there. All it really seemed like it did was stop the car from rotating when I want it to rotate. Alright. Let's see. I want to go into the caddy. The Cada Lake. Give me das Blue. It's funny because I'm not half bad at Donington, but I am not good at Donington with a GT3. There we go. We'll do some spa. We haven't done spa yet. Give you a 10-minute quali. Oh, how about a 255-minute quali? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. That is, I don't know if it's necessarily a bug or just needs to be... Alright, you guys can be GT3s again. Because I switched my car, it switched everybody over. Sora, are you still in here? Calling all Soras. Are you familiar? I don't know if it's a bug or what, but if, let's just say it's a multi-class lobby. Like right now I have LMDH and GT3. I was a GT3. I switched over to LMDH, and everybody in the lobby became an LMDH until I re-edited the lobby to add GT3 back. Like right now, if I didn't not edit settings, if I went into change vehicle and I clicked GT3 right now, everybody would become a GT3. And then I'd have to go back into edit settings and add LM, because this basically, because the first class is always the hosted car. So if I switch to GT3, then both of these classes would switch over to GT3 until I came back in here and reversed it. I don't know if that's considered a bug or just the way the system is implemented, but I'm just wondering if you knew about that or not. It's not a big deal, but it's just one of those things where when the host, it's a host-specific thing. When the host switches their class of car, it'll switch over everybody to that class. Not a big deal, but it is something I've noticed. Can't see the lobby, AJ? It's up. Oh, you know why? Hold on. It's full. Yeah, shit. It's full, and I can't edit it. Yeah. Lobby's full, and it's set at 20. Oh, try now. Try now. 19 to 20 in. So technically working as implemented, but not an ideal user experience. Okay, got it. I figured it was one or the other. Essentially, by design or a bug. But I was leaning on the by design. All right, AJ's in. Ready this bad mama jama up. Gotta go test ride the bike before work. Be safe, sir. Still not warm enough yet, in my opinion. Although, how warm is it out right now? I need to go touch grass. It is... Oh, never mind. It's 69 degrees. Go have fun. Yeah, like I said, Sora, it's not like, of all the other things we've mentioned, that is the least important. But I have noticed that that is like a consistent thing that, you know, I've had to fix. I have to pay attention to. Can you test something without being called a cheater? Sure. I want to see 300 miles an hour. If you don't do 300 miles an hour, what are we even playing for? I'm glad you got it, Matthew, and I'm glad you're not regretting it. Yeah, that's fine, Sora. Like I said, I wasn't expecting that to be like a... Just one of those things where while I knew you were in here, and while I experienced it just now, it popped into my head to try and tell you. Alright, so... I think I'm going to run this car default, minus the clutches, just to see how it drives on Spa. But all I know is... the new audio for the Cadillac is amazing. Nice, Sora. Nice. You've watched one too many movies. Aw. The startup bug for the at least for the Cadillac is still present, though. I think they did fix the Valkyrie, though. I don't think the Valkyrie starts up like a hybrid anymore. I think it operates like a regular car. What the hell that was about? Seeing ghosts of LMDH past right now. No more shift protection in the way. Oh, shouldn't have shifted there, though. That's the one downside of not having it. I should not have downshifted right there. That's fine, though. I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Oh, hold on, Sora. Let me see if the car shows up. Oh, it's where that dark shadow was. It didn't appear this time, but the shadow was there. Okay. Can't park there, sir. Can't park there. Yes, PMR is very decent now. Caddy got an audio change. Sounds Way better now. There's way more game here than ACC. The online ranked experience is probably a little bit better in ACC still, but that's about, I'd say, all ACC has going for it over this right now. There's more players. There's that aspect of things. But I expect the players to start growing in this game quite a bit. Game just needs some positive press. Some honest positive press. Instead of the forced negative press it keeps getting. Oh shit. Damn it! I knew it! I didn't have the line. I didn't get a limit though. Fuck! So far, I'm way so my best on Spa is 206, and I barely got under 210 just now with the Cadillac, so... How much of that's me and how much of that's the Cadillac, that I don't know. But my fastest has been with the Lambo. Yeah. Lambo. Oh, spectator cam curse. Got him again. Sorry, I'll move on. What's BFR? My brain goes right to Battlefront. But I know that's not it. Oh! Spectator cam got him again. So far, though, Sora, no ghosted cars in play. Step in the right direction. Oh, I'm gonna turn the line on, and you're all gonna hate me, and I don't care. Simply because I want to see if the car itself is this much slower. I mean, don't get me wrong. Some of that time for sure was the fact that I was warming the tires up, I was stuck in traffic, made some mistakes, but I mean, I'm 3.5 seconds off my time with the Lambo, and that was before. With the intrusive shift protection, not letting me actually shift where I want it to be. So... being a cockpit setup. Digidash. No more Digidash. Clean up this the visuals. Good thing I don't have Facebook oil slick. I mean, I literally have no Facebook. It's fantastic. I don't have a deactivated Facebook. I have a deleted Facebook. I'm sure my name is still plenty archived in their systems, but I can't reactivate it. I have to make a new Facebook account. I don't miss Facebook. Like, Facebook sucks. 2017. What the mother of God? Hold on. Someone just went 201. I understand the 205s. $201 is insane. Woo! Cooking. You know, whenever I think I'm catching up to some level of pace, someone goes and does something like that. Sprint Racer did a 201 today. I mean, maybe the bar, because of the shifting issue, maybe the bar has dropped or raised. Whatever. God, no Digidash anymore, boys. Look at that. Why? Because I got one in front of me that gives me all the information I need now. Working shift light. That was all I needed. And the only cars I don't use the dash for that I use my round wheel for that would not display this information, I use with an H pattern. The H pattern is my gear indicator, so we're good. Drive slow. Still getting repeat. It's fine. It's fine. That's not good, the BMW's leaving me. I don't have any extra downforce put in this car. That's a bummer. Sorry. I just realized I turned my tires off. That's a mistake. I mean, I have that displayed on here too, but still, I didn't want to turn my tires off. I think I'm getting too tired to race. I'm getting frustrated easily. The 3 hours of sleep I got is not enough. These guys are just driving away from me like I'm tied to a tree. Like, I can't tell if it's me, the car, or the game, or all of them. God damn it. What's going on with all these crashed LMDHs right now? I'm running out of patience for the day. I don't even care. I can't put up a lap in this car. I don't know if it's me or the car, but I can't seem to do it. That's fine. I mean, it sucks because I like the sound of the new Cadillac, but or the Cadillac now, but not enough to be slow. If the car's harder to drive and overall slower, I'd rather just not drive it. That's really where I'm at. There are some aspects of the graphics that are better than ACC, and there are other aspects of the graphics that are worse than ACC. The difference between this and ACC, though, is that the graphics in this are actively getting better, and ACCs are never going to change. So... I found that if you recalibrate your controls, it fixes the telemetry. What telemetry are you referring to? Because mine's been flawless. I gained access to my shift light finally. Yeah, my problem, Keen, is that I couldn't recalibrate. Are you talking about the pedals? It's showing the braking and throttle. My problem is that it wouldn't recognize my pedals through calibration. Now, I'm running my pedals directly plugged into a USB port instead of the wheelbase. Supposedly, if I plug it into the wheelbase, I'll have access to that. But... in all honesty, though, that's for everybody else. I'm not really concerned about those metrics. I'm not staring at my throttle, you know? That's for other people, really. And all that's going to do is lead people to be like, oh, you're braking too hard, you're hitting too much gas, you're blah, 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 blah. You know, the unsolicited opinions that I don't care about. That's unfortunately all it's going to do for me. But I'll try and make it work, but I don't think it's gonna. Unless the telemetry fix that they, or the UDP that they put out somehow fixes it for me. I would have to take my pedals and plug it into the wheelbase for me to be able to calibrate it. Yeah, Keen, 1601 is definitely doing well. Definitely, In my opinion, this is one of the best patches we've had so far. But I think we're getting to the point now with patching this game where you're able to focus more on specific things and just hammer out problems, you know? Rather than there being so overwhelmed with things you gotta try and get that, you know, you're a... Yeah, I'm doing a terrible job at speaking. But, yeah, no, it's weird because I'm running the pedals directly to the USB hub. I can't calibrate them in the game. But they still work perfectly fine. That's the weird part. Here's the thing, Purple GT. It's not even the same game as compared to launch. And it's been less than 3 months. You know, which brings me back to... For, you know... Publisher / upper management... learning... delay when delays are needed. That's all I'm saying. Because, like, we're not even 3 months in since launch, and look how much better this game is. So imagine what could have been done with a 6-month delay. Release the exact same game with the exact same hype. Not the exact same game, but you know what I mean. The same hype, the same business model, the same marketing, but with 6 months more to work on the game. Imagine what we would have gotten. Because like I said, we're not even 3 full months into the release of this game, and it is literally night and day. What car are you driving right now, Eagles? LMDH? Yeah, you gotta, I assume you know about revving it up first? Yeah, exactly. If it launched today, everybody would love it. And imagine if they had another 3 months to continue the development. Oh, it did it in the GT3 too? Alright, so yeah, it's not a... It's 100%, it's a battery issue with the Cadillac... Oh, the Cadillacs, the, LMDHs. Yeah, I think I'm going to get back in the Lambo. I got to play around more with the Cadillac to see if the Cadillac is worth running. Because I don't see any Cadillac times on here that were, you know, impressive numbers. And I'm going to get back in the Lambo. I think the Lambo might be my new crowning LMDH car. Lamborghini. Alright, what track you guys want to do? You know, I'm so tired of the whole game is dead, game is dead. I don't think people know what that means. Like... I'm probably way too tired for Bathurst, but I'm thinking we'll do Bathurst. Oh, look, Matthew said it already. Perfect. I haven't played Car X Street, no. I've heard mixed things about it. You went your best ever in the 211 in the Lambo? Nice, nice. Yeah, last night I went, before, with the shift protection issue, my first decent lap out, I went 206 with it. And here I am with the Cadillac. I think I got a 208, high 208 out of it. Or I was on pace to get a high 208 out of it, and then I spun out, and then I rage quit. Yeah. So far, the BMW and the Lambo are the cars, in my opinion. I haven't driven the Porsche yet, though, so the Porsche is in play. But for me, my own personal driving habits, I like the Cadillac sound best. Maybe it needs some setup, but so far, I have to try it when I get a good amount of rest in me, and then I can actually, because, like, when I've played the other car, like, right now, no matter what car I get in, my driving is gonna be shit, because I'm overtired, but let me show you guys something. I want to show you guys a dead game. Alright, you guys are in luck. I found a couple of dead games. Alright. So. Last one, then you get back to work. No problem. I'm sick of you kicking everybody's ass anyway. Get the hell out of here. I'm just kidding, Kenobi. So. Here is an example of 3 actually dead games. Dead game. Dead game. Also a dead game. And I'll fuck you up in this one. So, by the standards of dead game, does that actually mean anything? No. It's smooth-brained, dumbass talk. By dead game standards, ACC is more dead than this. Also, are we liking 1601? 95 votes, people. So if you haven't voted yet, get your clicks in. Are we liking 1601? Out of 95 votes, 83% say yes, 17% say no. All I'm saying is, from a business standpoint, that's the right direction. Yeah, it's officially time for a review from me. But let's try, no, we don't want max downforce, never mind. Let's run default, see how default setup feels. Oh, shit. I gotta fix my, Which is the one with tires? Alright, here we go. Perfect. So, just for future reference, so we know... It's Digidash Vitals Light is the tires. Kevin, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. No, it is absolutely better. It is way better. It is phenomenal. You should get it. Provided you have the money to spend freely without consequence, I highly recommend buying the game. Sora, if you're still here, do we know what wheel inputs display is? Because I don't actually see what that does. Nothing changes. Oh, never mind. I'm silly. It's this. Yeah, that's the thing that we were talking about before. Never mind. Ignore what I just said. Turn that off. Don't care. Save. Let's go to HUD layout. Let's put this... right there. Looks pretty good. Save. Alright, there we go. That's what I want. I want to be able to see my tires. Yeah, I forgot I turned that off anyway because the inputs don't work because of my pedals aren't calibratable unless I plug them into my wheelbase. And I don't care to do that, just so you guys can see my inputs and give me unsolicited advice. I'd rather just stay in my lane. Anyway. Oh yeah. This is another thing that's weird too. There's still a lot of weird LMDH like startup gremlins. For example, the car's in neutral right now. Pit limiter is on. Floor the throttle. Car doesn't do anything. Pit limiter disabled. My throttle works. Pit limiter enabled. Stalls the car out. Anyway. God, it looks so much cleaner without the DigiDash. Probably not for you guys, but for me, it's just nice. I have it all right here on screen, so... Yeah, the LMDHs have some weird startups, and with all related to the battery usage. For example, the Valkyrie was programmed like a hybrid, so it had the same battery issues, and even though it doesn't have a battery in real life, they eliminated the battery, so it functions like an actual Valkyrie now, and all of the problems with the LMDHs on startup went away. So it's all tied to the programming of the battery. Whoop, forgot about that turn. You cannot turn the car in. You cannot turn the car in. It's so hard to do multiple things at once. Read chat. Now my car's jacked up. Yeah, it was only removed for GT. It's still on these. I hope it gets removed on these too, honestly. I'll be honest with you. I haven't needed any reason to not be on a medium. I have not found any scenario where the soft on the LMDH is better. Yet, anyway. I could be wrong, Oil Slick, but I'm pretty sure they're stuck on mediums in LMU. But it goes by rules. So at the end of the day, it should follow the rules. If IMSA is what they're going for, then that's what they should use, you know? Well, in real life, they all have compounds for everything. Just depends on what the rules are for what their class that they're racing in. I'll have to look up the rules. I'm out of gas, I'll be honest with you guys. Let me look at I'd rather honestly watch at this point. I don't have anything left. My arms are killing me. My head's falling over. Texer F1, thanks for the sub. I appreciate it. What's going on? Let me look it up. Shit. Alright, so. Alright, so according to IMSA rules, LMDHs, aka GTP class tires, get softs and mediums. So then, as far as I'm concerned, then what I said earlier should be ignored, and they should stick to that. That is also an AI answer, though, so keep that in mind. But according to IMSA, softs and mediums are the GTP tires for the LMDHs. But that's just a quick Google. I'm sure there's more to it than just that quick Google, but that is just what Google said. I wouldn't say 2 compounds at minimum, because that doesn't say anything about hards. It just shows 2 compounds. Softs and mediums. Or reds and yellows. And then, of course, wets, yes. WEC is, if I had to guess, is probably mediums only. Look that up. Nope, not that. I'm gonna sit this race out. I'm beat. Alright, let's see. WEC. So according to WEC, you get softs, mediums, and hards. Again, that's according to a quick Google search. Oh yeah, SOAR, that's a big one. That is an actual bug that continues to happen. I should not be in pole right now. I didn't even... Ignore me. I'll have to look at LMU more. I could have swore I only saw mediums, but that could just be what's registered in my brain for GT3s. Let me see. LMU, LMDH tire compounds. So according to Google, again, with the Google, all 3 tires are available in LMU for the LMDHs. However, some tracks are limited to mediums and hards, where you cannot run softs. So my guess is my brain, in its age, registered being forced to use mediums as all scenarios, and not just the scenario that I was in. But that's all based off of what Google said. So it looks like IMSA is actually more strict about tires than WEC. Yeah, so Sora, what's basically happening is every once in a while, I'd say probably 1 out of every 5 races, everybody qualifies, and then for some reason qualifying where you are put on the grid is completely random. Like, I didn't qualify right there, and everybody else did, and I got pole because it switched over to like a default, because the host always gets the pole if nobody qualifies, and right there it just switched over to like default as if nobody qualified, so I had pole. Yeah, let me know what you think, Sora. "101 votes have been tallied up. 84% positive for the patch. Progress." Wow, this song's kind of fragging right now. To the point where I'm going to rewind it and turn it up. AI music. Who knew? Pretty crazy. All the music that plays in my stream is all AI. And I take no responsibility for it either because it was all done by a friend of mine who is an actual DJ. His job is more at risk by making that music through AI than mine. So, hey, such is life. It has to get made, but it's made by AI. So I own this music. This is my music, but it is AI. AI made it. He's a DJ and he makes real music on his own, and it takes real time. And he's like, I want to try out this AI program for making music. I have no idea what it's called, by the way. He did it all on his own. And inside of maybe an hour, he spit me out 30 songs. And he's like, I'm screwed. It's going to put him out of business long before it puts, you know, it hurts at least the music side of things. No, Purple GT. I have no insights on that. I'm sure it's in the works, but the problem is that it's classifying what is a priority list. You know, everyone thinks that their particular thing is like the #1 priority. And it kind of has to be determined what the priorities are based off of feedback, you know? So I think they've done a pretty good job with their priorities so far, but I will say I think the next update should, even if it takes more time, like I don't care if we get an update next week, next month, whatever it takes, I do think that a lot of features, quality of life features for like, whoa! Woo! Kenobi! With them reflexes though. Damn. I do think Join in Progress is moving its way up to the top of the list. Things like that. Because they're slowly chipping away at bugs. Bugs are slowly disappearing from the game. And I think the past 2 patches have done a good job of not creating bugs. Because that's... Your average patch for a video game is usually 2 steps forward, 1 step back. You know? So if they can keep to the whole 2 steps forward, no step back, I think you're going to have a really, really, really refined game in a not very long period of time. I originally said I can see 6 months, a year being the longer side, but now that I've seen the progress inside of 3 months, I think 6 months is going to be a really, really, really good place for this game in sim racing. And haters are always going to hate. That's always going to be the case. People are always going to, you know, flash their opinions around. Someone earlier today said the GT3s are pathetic. I don't know what basis that's been determined off of, but even if you don't like these, I think using words like pathetic is just, you know, way off pace. I had a 202 going until I had to dodge the hyper. I will say, though, Kenobi, I got that on stream. I got that on stream. That was a real solid evasion. Looks like we moved over to 85% out of 105 votes. That's good, boys. All right, let's see what else we got here. Let's do Mosport. 5-minute quali. Yes, Kenobi. I will also be streaming tomorrow as well, but I'll be starting at my normal 11 o'clock time. I only went live early today for the case of the patch. So tomorrow, 11... And I'll also be streaming... Well, again, you said you can't play at nights, but I'll be going up again tonight at 11 as well. It's crazy. This is why I don't even... I'm not even in the Discord. Don't worry about... No problem, sir. Guys, if you see an S4 Sora on track, make sure you ram him off the road as often as possible. He's the guy responsible. I'm just kidding. All the things that have ever happened in your life, it's his fault. So hit him off the track. But I pop in the Discord and it's crazy. It's all positive for like a couple hours, and then the entitlement of people just coming in out of nowhere again, making demands, and it's like, what the hell? There's a way to go about making requests, in general. And I don't know. I can't. That's why I stay out of the Discords now, because when I just look at them, I'm just like, why do people act like this? Also, Sora, are you responsible for this? Yeah, you got lucky. You lucked out. You lucked out. Yep, everything that ever happened in the universe is your... Exactly. See, I'm glad you're starting to understand now, Sora. Alright. Let's, max wing. Actually, let's go 8. Let's go 8. Game crashed, Ro. Blame Sora. He's here. Toho Freak, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. It's actually crazy how much my arms are killing me right now. Oh, Cold Tires said, nope. Not today, Junior. Agreed, Toho, agreed. Today's update was a solid step in the right direction. Whoa, hello. Whoa! I would love to know what just got me a track limit right there. I'll take it. Slow. I have no line, no instinct at all right now. It's all gone. I'm hanging on by a thread. Yeah, I know, Ro. It's hard to look at. That's why I just, like, right now, I'm gonna leave here. Leave server. So you know. That's it. That's how you solve that problem. I don't let other people's opinions jade mine. That's the reality of it. I mean, everybody's opinion's valid. 100%. Everybody's opinion's valid. Always. It's just the delivery sometimes is hard to see. So I just choose to stay in my lane. Look at this. Look at this. I think we found the meta LMDH. I don't know. Writing on the wall says it might be the Lamborghini. Let me see if... let me try softs. This could be a mistake, but... Nothing happened, Jose. I just don't feel like reading more negativity. That's all. I'll eventually go back in it. But for now, I'm good. That's what I'm saying, like, because, like, the changes have went through right now. There's fresh conversation that I have no interest in being part of, so... Oh shit, I got no force feedback. There we go. I had to click on my screen. I had no force feedback. Thanks for the sub, Neil. Appreciate it. Dude. Dude. I don't care how fast you are. Don't drive like that. Come on. Oh my god. I got nothing left in the tank. Hopefully you're getting what you need, Sora. And this is why I don't use softs. Front tires are already overheating. And we're only going into lap 3. Oh. That's an interesting flicker. Yep, I got no front grip right now. What the hell? Oh, never mind. That was Sora. Oh, that's funny. This is the name of this race is called Sora's Revenge. It's a lot like diarrhea. I think it was Sora. Sora destroyed me. I see you, Sora. I see you. Testing out a cheat detection. Did it detect it? Oh, that's funny. It did? Good, good. I sure as shit hope that was detected. Oh my god. There had to be some moments where you were clocking 200 plus right there. Provided it actually tells you that. I think I'm gonna have to get in a GT3 car right now because I am not mentally prepared to drive an LMDH right now. Did 300? Nice. Nice. $112 votes are in. 84% yes. 16% no. I believe that's a B rating. At least when I went to school. All right. Oh, man. All right. curious to see if I do it all this way in this menu, if it doesn't reset all the cars. So, LMDH, GT3, now that I'm switching over to the vet. Confirm, but I don't want this color vet. I want that one. There we go. Save changes. Alright, I found a way to not make that happen. Okay, cool. So I can work around it at least, without forcing people's cars to change. So, don't change your vehicle, if you're the host, in the Change Vehicle tab. Do it all in Edit Settings. Yeah, it's always PC users. I mean, not for nothing, Eagles every day sends me another file to test out another car. For his classes. You know? Not every day, that's an exaggeration, but often. Honestly, Neil, it comes down to one reason and one reason only. Because they can. I'm on PC right now. I'll always be, I'll always need a PC, but I also have a PS5. But 100% PC elitism is a real thing. There's only 2 PC people in here. So realistically, as far as cheaters are concerned, you gotta watch out for me and Nick Bloodworth, because we're the only ones on PC. Unless console users have found a way to make a Chronos work for a racing game. I just don't know how that would be implemented. Nor do I care, but still. Hey. We might have some ghosty ghost cars here. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Maybe not. No, never mind. Alright, what was I gonna do? Why is my brain not working? What did I want to do? I don't know. Whatever. Let's go drive. Listen, Kenobi, we already know you're a cheater. I saw you evade that LMDH and on Bathurst. And you made the mistake of telling me how old you were, so there's no way someone your age could react like that, legitimately. Cheater, cheater, cheater. Whoop, whoop, whoop. See, this is one of those tracks where I need the line because I don't know the track, but at the same time, I can find the spots of the line that are slowing me down. Listen, I come from the Game Shark days, okay? What you know about cheats? Game Genie. I really like the games, the old, some of the older ones where they programmed cheats into single-player games, and there was no menu for cheats, like Twisted Metal had a cheat menu and stuff like that, games like that, but a lot of games didn't. So you just have to go into a menu that said nothing about cheats of any kind, and just hit random buttons in a random timed order, and you would get a very, very slight audio cue. And something very drastic would change in the game. I've played various Mega Mans that did that. I think it was Mega Man X4 is one of the more recent ones I can think of. But yeah, those are always the fun ones. Castlevania Symphony of the Night is still my all-time favorite Castlevania game. To the point where, like, I have it on PC, I have it on PS5, I have it on Xbox, and I will fire it up at least once a year and just do a run-through of it. Same with, like, Super Metroid and shit. Although Super Metroid, I have my Switch for. Jesus, words are hard. Oh boy, we're out of the groove. Yeah, we foobarred this one. All right, we're good enough. We got a qualifying in. We're good. You miss cheat codes in games? I know. I miss... Honestly, I have, what's it called now? Wand. It was Wiimod. Now it's Wand. For single-player games. So once I complete a single-player game on PC, I play through it a second time with just egregiously ridiculous hacks. I do. Remember when Amazon was a bookstore? And not the leading monopoly and putting other companies out of business? Up, 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 down, down, XBA, X, up, up, down. Yep, exactly. Yeah, Symphony of the Night, just thinking about it makes me want to play it. That's one of my favorites. It's funny, I have a PS5 Pro, and I'm more likely to get on there and play Castlevania Symphony of the Night than I am to play a modern title. Kenobi, I'll be expecting a setup for the Corvette shortly. I'm sure you've already got one that you've been using, knowing you. By perimeter association, I think I deserve crack at a setup, because I am way too lazy to figure that out. Just saying. And in return, I'll let you be my best friend. That seems fair, right? Of course I remember Blockbuster renting games. Then it eventually transitioned to Redbox, but it was never the same. Any reports of disconnects? I think Roe got disconnected one time. I will say the GT3s are... I do want to learn them now on this. Actually spend some time with them. Because they're fun. They're just not as fun as the LMDHs, but I'm way too tired right now to be able to drive an LMDH. I need way more attention. Oh, my bad. Didn't realize you were that close, Shamrock. Oh, of course. Of course. I think I'm like a magnet for other cars today. Like, dude, come on. I'm just trying to have a good time. What are you? HR shoving stuff? What just happened? It's that same name again. Yeah, that guy is rough. Yeah, touche, AJ, touche. I remember trying to rent games and beat them before I had to pay. So I could just... Wow, guys. Dude. Alright, this guy's going. We're done with him. We're done with this dude. One too many drinks behind the wheel. Tried it again. I really can't tell if he doesn't know what he's doing, or he's trying to create problems. Yeah, we definitely need leagues. I think I'm gonna start my sprint league, honestly. I want good racing. And I do like the open lobbies as like a casual way to play, but at the same time, when every race just feels like a tennis match and you're the ball, you know. I mean, for what it's worth, the only other PC player is kicking my ass right now. What do you mean talking about you, Shamrock? No, you're in the Mercedes, right? Orange Mercedes? I was referring to the guy in the Lambo. The hypercar. Forgot his name, but I'm pretty sure he already left the server. I'm right there with you. Only track I know is Nordschleife. That's about it. The rest I just get lucky if I win. And the guy behind me, Joker Sim, he's flying. This is definitely a hard track for me, for sure. Oh, gummy bear livery, gotcha. Because I don't have mods on. If I turn mods on, I'm pretty sure all the liveries will show up. Is that correct, Sora? If I allow mods on, liveries will show up? Because if so, I'll just do that from now on. Yeah, Lime Rock is a strange one. I haven't spent enough time on it to the point where, like, I'm actually pretty bad at Lime Rock. I'm bad at most tracks. It's just about repetition, and I don't repeat. I find the tracks that I like, and those are the ones I just play. I got 30 minutes left in me, and I've achieved my 8-hour stream. Oh, if you don't have it installed, gotcha. Well, I try and install all of them. The problem is that I never know what I want to install based off of the fact that updates are around the corner and stuff, so. Alright, you know what? Let's have turn 1 chaos. Let's get to Monza. I hear you, Ro. All things considered, though, what do you guys think of this music that is generated by AI? Do you really want to know how this music was made? With words. This word, this word, this word, this word, this word, this word, thrown into an AI algorithm, and it went, there you go, here's some music. There really need to be a lot more laws around AI. Just the usage of it. There's always going to be AI assets, and in all honesty, there are lots of... The problem is AI. The use of the acronym AI, artificial intelligence, is become a buzzword. And that part needs to kind of go away. Because there's a lot of generative AI usage that is actually beneficial to a lot of creators of all kinds. But it can very quickly spiral and be just as bad as it is good. So this is a mix of synthwave, dark wave, and then you just put in other words like aggression. Like, it's crazy. Just pick words, throw it into this algorithm, and it makes music based off of the words you chose. I'll go to the bathroom while we jam out. Keep the music rolling. Let's get in the vet. Let's get a lap in. Even if we don't qualify. don't know if I like this one though.
slow.
Oh, I am slow in a GT3. Hey, AJ, out of curiosity, have you played with the Porsche at all, or are you just running it? I will say, of the ones I've used so far, I actually... So, ironically, the Porsche was my least favorite pre-patch. Now it's top two between the Vette and the Porsche. I'm partial to the Vette, for obvious reasons. America. But I'm not exactly not a Porsche fan either. So, let's try this. This might be a mistake. Let's go 1. And we're going to bump TC to 4. No, we're going to go 5 for the first lap. So it took some downforce out of it. I'm going to regret this because I'm going to spin out. I guarantee it. Turned on Spotify and kicked yourself? Nice. Remember, guys, turn 1. You do not win the race on turn 1. In fact, I'm going TC6 for lap 1. What's funny now is that this car gets a lot of bunny hop action on brakes. It's a drift car now, boys. I was just curious to see if I go through that full lock. It was sloppy, but I did. For a second, I thought that was a GT3. I was so confused. 151.55. So... Wow, wow. Oh, come on. What's going on? This is probably going to be my last race, if I'm being honest with you. I'm exhausted. I got nothing left in the tank. Dude, this car's just not stopping right now. Fuck it. I'm done. It's just bunny hopping on the brakes. Wham, 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 wham. I don't know if that's because I pulled a lot of downforce out of the back of it, but holy shit. I go to hit the brakes and it's just bunny hopping. I'm done. I'm tired. GG's, boys. GG's. Appreciate it, Kenobi. I agree. I agree. I am fully satisfied with this update. I just need some practice with the GT3s, possibly a setup, and a really, really, really good nap. We all know I can't play tired, so I'm there. I've been there. Coming out of streaming all day yesterday. Getting about 3 hours of sleep. As soon as I saw the announcement about the server going down, I was like, God damn it. Guess I gotta be up and ready. But no regrets, I had fun. We fell apart towards the end of the stream from a racing standpoint, but still having fun. But like I said, I'll be back on at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight to continue this, hopefully with a solid nap and food under my belt. And, yeah. Terrell Fulmer, I appreciate the sub, sir. Thank you. Hopefully I don't piss you off and you stick around. But yeah, 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight, so in about 7 hours, see, nap required. About 8 hours from now, I'll be back live, and we'll be doing some, EJR lobbies, as I'm now officially calling them. Gotta brand myself. They're not gonna be open lobbies anymore, they're EJR lobbies. And we'll be doing a lot more of what we did today here towards the end, or I should say the latter half of the entire stream. So if you guys are around, absolutely hop on. Let's have a good time, because this is fun. And I think I really would like to get leagues jump in progress ready, or Jesus, obviously I have no control over that. I want to start leagues, and hopefully they get jump in progress ready very soon. And at least what I can do is with the sprint leagues. I just got to figure out something for, like, because it'd be real easy to restart lobbies for disconnects at starting the lobby, but a disconnect that happens during a race, I got to figure out rules for stuff like that. Possibly like a percentage of race completed before you disconnected. Race positioning, I don't know. Yeah, but I definitely want to start sprint leagues. And I would like to do different classes of cars, and then maybe the winners. What I'm thinking is, so here's my idea for the sprint leagues. Every class of car gets a league, and then the top 3 guys in that league, aka the podium of that league, races in the Champions League. I'm just thinking of names here. Oh, never mind. That was the LMDH 144. Appreciate the lobbies, guys. I'm closing it up for me. Oh, you know what? That was actually... I just want to show you guys that real quick. See, hopefully that's still populated. Let's get back into custom lobby. Look at that, boys. Look at that, boys. That's a good sign right there. Right off the rip. What's ranked look like? Got 12 in the Porsche Cup, 3 in GT3, 1 in that. So there's probably a lot of guys that are in custom lobby stuff right now. Either way, all good. Yeah. Now all Straight 4 has to do is send it with next week's ranked races. An LMDH race. I mean, I feel like they have to have an LMDH race next week. A GT3 race. Well, that's really my own things I care about right now. But, so anyway. The plan would be the top 3 guys from each class of cars. Oh, look, AC is getting an update. AC Evo. Don't care. Top 3 cars, the podium from each class, competes in like a Champions League, and then it's a multi-class championship. So, you know, you get used to racing the same class of car, but now you got to learn how to drive in a multi-class class. So if the game isn't blue flagging you, you have to know to yield to someone who's in a faster class than you. You know? So anyway. And how you give... I don't know what we would do for awards, but as far as winning, obviously if you're in a GTO, the chances of you beating an LMDH are probably pretty slim. So it'll probably just be like first place for each gets like a champion's gauntlet. I don't fucking know. I think of this shit when I'm less tired. But overall, folks, hell of a day, boys. Hell of a day. 8 hours in. Punched out. That sounded more like a gun reload than anything else. Anyway, that was me punching out for 8 hours. I'll see y'all in 7 hours' time. I did it again. 8 hours time for more open lobbies. I don't see anybody online right now, so I'm not going to send you anywhere. I'm just going to say I'll see you later. Thanks for being here. Thank you for all the new subs. I hope you guys stick around. And thanks for the good racing and the views and all that fun stuff. All right, boys. I'll see you at 11. Take care.